Hello everybody, once again. Just so you know, to alleviate your concerns, I'm fine with the weather. The weather's fine. It didn't, the hurricane kind of skirted past our area, so we're all good. But, obviously, I hope everybody who has been impacted is staying safe out there. Some of the footage that I've seen of this hurricane was pretty freaking brutal. So, yeah, please, by all means. You know. Anyway, let me check these donation messages before we get started, and then we can roll along. Spectro, thank you for becoming a channel member. Rybco with the $5. Hi, we'll watch the VOD later. Started Higurashi and didn't expect to get this hooked. I hope everyone is having fun tonight in the stream. Thank you so much, and have a fun time. Higurashi is great. Arahabaki Gaming with the $5. Happy Frederica Friday. That storm outside must be immersive. Rokenjima and Ange have a huge storm coming. Oh, we don't know the half of it. And June Pop 45 with the $5. Umi fucking Neko, baby. Don't worry, not the storm. I rated it like a true goat. Oh, I think you mean eated. I think you meant to type eated, but yes. So, yeah. I don't really have much to say as far as Prelude goes today, honestly. We have a lot to get through today, so I'm just gonna go ahead and start it up.
And then you see, the public will be told that among the works entered into the first Company X mystery novel contest, a work from the amazing HACHIJO was once again submitted under a false name. Of course, we'll have produced a movie version and a TV drama, all of it ready for a simultaneous and coordinated launch. I hope this makes it clear how eager we are at Company X to receive your manuscript.
And will there be prize money?
But of course, the 10 million yen prize for Company X's first mystery novel contest will all go to you, and much more besides.
Splendid. You've caught my interest. That's why I've decided not to write up a manuscript.
What? Madam Hachijo, why?
Everything had seemed to be going smoothly up until then, so this sudden refusal made the people from the publishing company fall over in their sofa. This little scheme of yours is far more interesting than the manuscript I wrote, which is why this manuscript is unsuitable for your company. It was always a worthless story, mere junk prose to entice my ignorant readers into somehow ignoring their own ignorance and feeling as though they have exhausted the limits of reasoning. I was hoping that they'd recognize the irony and laugh at their own foolishness, but it looks like you've taken it seriously. Yes, I can say I'm ashamed at my own failure as a writer.
Of course not! Please forgive us! Let us use your work!
I have no need for money, but some pet food would be nice.
Pet food? Oh, for your cat. There was a rumor that you had a cat who liked dried plums. Yes, as you wish. Quickly, let's have a high-quality assortment of dried plums in here.
She only eats the ones that are packaged separately, at 200 yen apiece. At this rate, she'll die of high blood pressure. She snacks on kimchi and spicy miso soup all the time, too. Really, there must be something wrong with that cat's tongue. Me. The cat meowed in objection from where it laid on top of the bookshelf. I cannot give you this manuscript, but why don't I write up a new one for your company's contest? However, I won't write it under my name. It's estimated that thousands of manuscripts will be sent in for your contest. If you manage to pick out mine from the pack, and if you also find it deserving of the prize, then I would be happy to continue our discussion just now. How does that sound?
Yes, of course! Just the honor of receiving your manuscript is more than enough.
You people truly are amusing, fawning and cringing all the time. But I've grown weary of this for today. Leave now. Meeting with the children of man can be so tiring.
Thank you. We are deeply grateful for your kindness in allowing us this meeting.
A servant guided the people from the publishing company to the door. In the study that was now finally quiet, Hachijo Toya let out a sigh, slumped down in the sofa, and gazed at the ceiling. It is tiring, but the stimulation of talking with the child of man isn't such a bad thing, in small doses. Who? Huh? Who dis? Generic voice, I guess. It's good for you to talk to people every now and then. You'll go senile if you stay shut in all the time. The black... Oh, I see. I was like, huh? Brain fart? The black cat leapt from the bookshelf and landed softly on the carpet. Then its form silently twisted and became that of Bernkastel. Indeed, they certainly can be entertaining. Inviting them over every now and then may go a long way to alleviating my boredom. At any rate, I think I will write that manuscript when I feel like it. It sounds like they'll even bring a gift for you. What's all this about pet food? How rude. Well, that's what it is. Here. Hachijo picked up a jar from a shelf, then took a dried plum out and threw it into the air. In an instant, Bernkastel turned back into a black cat, caught it in midair, and started munching away. Habaki Gaming with the $2 Marcy voice. Toya equals Marcy confirmed. Holy based. That's right. I wrote all of Umineko. No. No, I wish. Miss Hachijo, your guests have departed. A servant knocked on the door before making this announcement. Thank you. Let me know if that one wakes up.
As you wish. Would you like some tea?
No. I'm going to write for a bit. Please do not disturb me.
Yes, ma'am.
After waiting for the servant's footsteps to disappear into the distance, Hachijo moved to her desk. The desk certainly looked as though it belonged to a great writer, with pages of manuscript scattered across it. Even though the century is almost over, you still write with a pen? The black cat spoke as it tore the dried plum apart with its mouth. Tales are to be written with ink. To me, that is an unbreakable rule. So, you write it once with ink, then type the whole thing over again with a keyboard. Pretty stupid doing the same thing twice. In that case, why does a child of man draw up a tale in their mind and then spit the whole thing out again on a keyboard? How foolish of them to do the same thing twice. Look at it that way, and you're doing the same thing 3 times. Mayday in Paradise with the $5. Someone give Bern some catnip. Maybe she'll calm down. It would take some pretty strong catnip. That was a good one. Even as Hachijo laughed, her fountain pen was already sliding across the page. Beautiful letters appeared almost as fast and proficiently as a typewriter. Only humans called her creations manuscripts. With her fountain pen and writing paper, she was creating a world. As she did, the hands of the clock would spin around like a top. The light and shadows that came in through the window changed their angle so fast, they might have been the hands of a clock themselves. Slowly, she drew a large X across the tightly packed words on the paper. Having trouble? I can't draw it out well. Writing a manuscript to please others is truly a pain. After all, I don't usually write for other people to read. Why don't you just try taking whatever it is you're trying to say and writing that down? Bernkastel curled up on the sofa, a mocking smile on her face. Normally, whenever Hachijo was writing, Bernkastel would never let herself be noticed, much less talk to her. However, realizing that Hachijo was apparently getting bored with her manuscript, Bernkastel yawned and started talking. What is it you're writing, anyway? A tale to give to a child of man. Which child of man? It's a tale I promised to write for Umineko, who once read for me. You're still writing that? What can I write that would give her satisfaction? The answer's no longer clear to me. Looks like AOA's giving up yet again. You always promise to write a story, then get stuck before you're finished and give up. If I had given up, I wouldn't be worrying over it like this. There's only one tale that Ange'S wanted from the beginning. The tale of the single truth. Ange wishes to know what happened that day. No matter how many tales you write distorting the truth, she'll never be satisfied. And yet I do think my tales are far more interesting than the single truth. Ange doesn't want to read an interesting tale. I promised that child of man that I would write a tale for her sake. So I'm writing a tale to please her. No matter how interesting or uninteresting it is. Everything you write is an illusion. Ange doesn't want any of that. Haven't you figured that out yet? The Book of the Single Truth was written by Ushiromiya Eva. Hidden amongst the pile of writing paper was Eva's diary. Furthermore, the one who wrote this passed away without revealing it to anyone. Being the humble writer that I am, I would like to respect that. Don't make me laugh. Is this coming from the person who entertains herself by tearing out the guts of a tale while enjoying a glass of wine by the light of the moon? The truth is uninteresting. Is that your opinion after tearing apart the guts of so many tales? You might as well say that. With a self-mocking laugh, Hachijo set down her fountain pen. I certainly have aged. The first thing age taught me was that not knowing is more precious than knowing. That definitely sounds like something an old person would say, but I'll play along. What do you mean? Knowing and not knowing. These two things have a one-way relationship. True. It's possible to switch from not knowing to knowing, but you can't do it the other way around. When I realized that, I saw the noble purity resembling virginity that exists in not knowing. In my attempts to escape boredom, I've torn apart and eaten the guts of as many games and tales as there are stars in the sky. But always, my relief from boredom is short-lived. It's also fleeting that I've lost sight of the value in each individual tale. That's right. If you eat a cat, then you only get to enjoy it for one night. But if you let it live, it might start calling you names and getting sarcastic. Indeed. Even the annoying way they break into your sweets cupboard or sneak into your bed can be a part of their charm. Hachijo looked around at the books covering every square inch of the room, then softly pet the cat's back. I might have been able to enjoy a single tale much longer and much more deeply. As I've eaten my way through countless tales to escape boredom, I haven't really been eating them. I've just been killing them. And in the end, they'll kill me too. Hachijo laughed with self-derision. Even in Beato's game, you tried to tear the guts out. I just wanted to check my answers. I did try to do it in a way that respected Beatrice, the weaver of this tale. Yeah. I think it was pretty well read, all done so that people who didn't understand wouldn't find the answers. Will it make for a better tale if Ange learns the truth, or if she doesn't? To be honest, I don't know anymore. So fully aware that you'll scorn me for it, I've decided to stop writing the rest of this tale. What do you mean? I won't write it. I will merely record it. The tale that Ushiromiya Ange weaves herself. So, you're going to do that sort of thing again. After growing tired of 1,000 years of life, I'm of the opinion that deliberately choosing not to learn the truth is the more noble path. However, I now see that it isn't fair to force my opinion on Ange, who hasn't even lived 100 years. So, you're going to leave it in Ange's care? Yes. I will write it as it plays out. If you're leaving it to Ange, then the future course of this tale is all but set in stone, right? It would seem so. Let it be so. After all, in the end, a tale that a child of man weaves for herself will be more fun than any story I could create. In that case, why don't you lend a hand in Ange's tale? You've already given yourself a role in it, haven't you? So it's my role to bring this tale to its conclusion. Come on, that's no way for someone in Beato's game to talk. It's your job to tear the guts out of the cat box. Hachijo chuckled, pushed aside the pile of writing paper, and picked up the Book of the Single Truth. Then, she opened a locked drawer. That is what Ange desires. Perhaps fate has decided that this book's seal is to be broken. Ange will reach the single truth. The single truth will break the seal on the cat box, and everything will be exposed to the light of the day. And so, all of those countless message bottles and fragments made up of delightful imaginings, which have been scattered across the ocean of the internet, will fade away like foam on the sea. After all, even that one is surely tired of such fragments. It's about time for that kid's journey to end as well. Yes, let us accept this task. Let us bring this journey to its final destination. At that moment, there were sounds of someone in the hallway. The instant someone knocked on the door, Bernkastel turned back into a black cat.
Miss Hachijo, please forgive me for interrupting.
It was the voice of Hachijo's servant. What is it? If it's a phone call, tell them I'm busy.
It isn't that. Tohya-sama has woken up.
Thank you. Prepare a light meal. Enough for the two of us.
As you wish.
Hachijo stood up. Then, she shut the open drawer and locked it again. Inside that drawer lay a glittering golden key.
Repetition requested. The definition of a locked room prevents all varieties of entering and exiting.
Decline repetition. By definition, it's impossible for a locked room murder to take place inside a perfect locked room.
The chain might have been repaired after it was destroyed. The door might have been repaired after it was destroyed. The wall might have been repaired after it was destroyed.
My locked room doesn't involve anything being repaired.
Good. This really is getting fun, Battler-san.
Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you right now.
I'm sorry too, but as a fellow Witch of Truth, I can't let you get in Ange'S way.
Come to think of it, you're a Witch of Truth too, aren't you? I see. That sort of makes you a mentor to Ange.
The single truth. It is the supreme, the ultimate. Only a Witch of Truth can break down all barriers that stand between her and that truth.
Is the single truth of yours really so important? There are lots of things in the world that aren't worth knowing. How important is 1986 to Ange really? It isn't important at all.
You're probably right. No matter what happened or didn't happen in 1986, it won't change anything for the Ange living in 1998. There's no point in learning that truth. However, there is just one thing that will change.
What's that?
How she lives.
Erika transformed her reasoning into a scythe blade and lashed out at Battler over and over. Battler also created a blade from his reasoning and attacked Erika over and over. In the middle of all of this, he questioned Erika, the girl who, like Ange, called herself a Witch of Truth. Just what is the point of exposing the truth?
You're right. Knowing certain things often changes the way a person lives her life. In that case, I have one hope as her blood relative. I hope that at the end of my game, Ange finds a better way to live her life.
By learning things, people change the way they live, but not always in a good direction. There are plenty of things in this world that you'll be more comfortable not knowing.
The number of ticks living in the seats on a train. Those urban legends about nasty stuff in the tap water. The world's full of things you'd be better off not knowing. The Book of the Single Truth probably can teach Ange what happened on this island. But what's the point in her knowing that? It'll just increase the sadness she's felt for 12 years. How many more years will it take for her to find happiness as an ordinary girl? How many years will it take for her wounds to be healed?
Ange's desire to find the truth is hurting her, regardless of what the truth actually is. Though her deep wounds were slow to heal, they did begin to do so during those 12 years. However, Ange kept picking at the scabs. In her search for the truth, she tore at those wounds herself, opening them up once more.
It's time for Ange to be free of her sadness from 1986. That's the thing that all of us Ushiromiyas pray for.
Who cares about that? The truth is everything. The truth is justice.
That's a disease everyone catches at one time in middle school. The desire to find out all the things that adults are hiding.
And don't you think that it's fun to find that out?
Yeah, totally. Reading dirty books wouldn't be nearly so fun if you didn't have to do it in secret.
I deny all of your blue wedges with the red truth. None of the methods you suggest could defeat my locked room.
Ange was breathing heavily. The Book of the Single Truth was right before her eyes. If she could just defeat Beato, she'd be able to take the book to Bernkastel, and then she could read what was inside. Even though the truth of the final family conference on October 4th and 5th, 1986 was right there, the Golden Witch stood in her way. Her anger and hatred spun around inside her head, wiping out the composure that she needed to create theories. Ange shook her head several times, clearing away everything that got in the way of thinking. However, no matter how many times she thought it through, the locked room sealing her in the chapel was perfect. Ange wasn't particularly familiar with the mystery genre. However, she knew all about the fragments containing Beato's games so far. Her knowledge was shallow, but it should still have been enough to give her a good foothold. However, no matter how many blue truths she shot at Beato, none of them even made the witch flinch. Beato just blew them apart with the red truth in an elegant wave of her pipe.
It's about time you gave up. I don't even view this as a game between the two of us.
Are you trying to say that I could never solve this puzzle?
I'm just buying time until Battler finishes entertaining Erica. He's the only one who can bring you to your senses.
Bring me to my senses? You're the ones doing this to me by hiding the single truth! This is why I'm fighting you! That is my right! As the final member of the Ushiramiya family, I have a right to know the truth!
Indeed. And that is the purpose of this final game.
That's right. Without this final game, I wouldn't have been given a chance to reach the truth. At least for that one thing, I'm grateful.
But as for what happened in 1986, as for who took your relatives and your family away from you, as a human, your desire to know the truth is quite natural. However, even knowing this, Battler decided that it would be best if you didn't return to 1986.
I know what Oni-chan is trying to say. He's telling me to look forward to the future and live, instead of being stuck in the past, right?
Correct. Battler wanted to use this final game to show you that.
In that case, I gave my answer at the beginning. It's thanks but no thanks, Golden Witch. Back in 1986, I was already dead. I've wandered about like a ghost for 12 years since then. And when Aunt Ava died, I lost my only reason to stick around on this earth as a ghost. That's why I decided to do one last thing before ending my life.
And that thing would be learning the truth of 1986.
Yeah! Something wrong with that? Indeed there is, foolish girl. So when you do reach the truth, you plan to die. In that case, I can't let you have it. I must trick you and blind you as much as I can to keep you alive. Battler wants you to live. Life without truth is no better than being dead. I'm trying to find out the truth so I can live. You just admitted you were searching for the truth so you could die. Yeah, that's true. And let me rephrase that. I'm trying to find the truth so I can die. I offered up my life when I made a contract with Bernkastel, all so that I could learn what happened on that day. The single truth will be the souvenir I take with me to hell.
It's useless. You cannot break this locked room. This locked room is perfect, and yet I kill you in this locked room.
She had tried every theory and idea she could think of, even those so absurd they qualified as nonsense. However, none of it had any effect on Beato. Powerless and frustrated, with the Book of the Single Truth right before her eyes, Ange bit her lower lip.
At first, this was supposed to be a game in which you were given a key that would let you decide your future.
Liar. You wanted to hide the truth in this chapel, then make me choose the door that leads to some optimistic future. That's not a choice! You're trying to decide for me!
Parents have the right to prevent their child from making unsuitable choices.
I'm not a kid! I'm an 18-year-old woman who can think and act for herself! Fool! You're just a 6-year-old girl who can't think of anything except the past! And whose fault is that? Because of you! I've been stuck as a 6-year-old all this time! Now it's time for me to tear apart your illusion covering the truth! Yes, now that I think about it, it's not this chapel that you've locked me inside. Since that day in 1986, for all these years, you've had me locked away in a locked room where I'm all alone and where no one will tell me the truth. And now, I'll tear your locked room apart with my own hands. Yeah, it's no good. It's no good at all. I know the trick to your perfect locked room. Repetition requested!
You murdered me immediately after shutting me into this locked room! I decline.
Of course you do. You spend the next 18 years killing me. Thanks, Beatrice. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have figured out the trick.
Ange, you are young, and you have a long future ahead of you. In fact, you are a golden witch living in the future, are you not? Then live in the future. Just how much is a truth of the past really worth? Isn't the truth of the future, the truth that you will create yourself, far more important? My life is trash. My whole family died, leaving just me behind. That's why I'm going back to them once I've gotten my single truth. If you learn the truth, you'll just have to accept your family's deaths. Haven't you ever thought about living on, hoping that by some miracle one of them might have survived, and that someday you might get a chance to see them again?
Don't worry. Even the Witch of Miracles couldn't find a fragment like that.
Almost none of the family's remains were recovered from the Great Rokenjima explosion. Some days, I hoped that this might be a sign that they'd escaped the explosion and survived, and that hope gave me the strength to live on. However, that hope wasn't strong enough to support me for 12 long years. So even though I wanted to know the truth, I was unconsciously averting my eyes. I felt that learning of my family's deaths for certain would force me to deny any possibility of someone miraculously surviving. But I'm tired of living on and on with nothing but that impossible hope of a miracle to keep me going. That's why I decided to accept my family's deaths. I decided to accept the truth no matter what it is. That's why I became a Witch of Truth.
How foolish to be blinded by the truth of the past and unable to see one's own future. Forgive me, Battler. I was not strong enough to guide your sister to a proper future.
A blazing blue wedge appeared in Ange'S hand. It was long, thick, and shaped like a spear. This is the end, Witch of 1986. This locked room is perfect. Therefore, I can't get out, and you can't lay a finger on me from the outside. However, you locked me into this room, and there's just one trick that makes that the same as you killing me. You shut me in this perfect locked room and made me starve to death. Since you intentionally did this, there's no problem saying that this was a locked room murder, with you as the killer. It looks like being overly vague with the cause of death backfired on you. So long, Witch of Illusions. See you in hell. With the stained glass window behind her, Beato spread her arms and let the spear of the blue truth pierce her. The blue spear seemed to crucify Beato against the window. Game set. So, this is Ange'S diary, the book of the single truth. Ange picked the book up from where it lay on the altar, sealed in crystal.
If you read that, then by your contract with Bernkastel, you will die! Learning the truth just to die? Ridiculous!
That's right. I'm looking for the truth so I can die. At least let me choose how I go. I'm not an idiot. I know the real me is still floating in that starry sky.
Bernkastel acknowledged me as the final Beatrice and invited me on a journey to learn the truth of 1986. There would be no coming back from that journey. When Bernkastel told me that and walked off the roof into the black sky, I followed her into the empty air. That was the contract. I wanted two things from Bernkastel. One was for someone from my family to come back. The other was revenge. To destroy the witch illusions concealing the events of that day. In other words, to reach the truth. However, the first of my wishes couldn't come true. After all, even the Witch of Miracles couldn't find a fragment where my family came home. So she wordlessly questioned me. She told me that I couldn't reach the truth unless I had the courage to end this worthless life, living like a ghost and hoping someone might come back. So she walked out into the open air and I followed her. Yes, now I can understand. When I offered to trade my life away that day, I made one wish and gave up on another. I wished for revenge against the illusion that hid the truth. And now I've succeeded in that revenge, defeating the master of that illusion and obtaining the book of the single truth. What I gave up was my naivete, My continuing belief that someone from my family might come back. And now I can accept that my entire family is dead. How can you say someone is alive just because you don't know? This cat box of yours is just a naive illusion. The idea that hiding a corpse means you can pretend it might still be alive. But even if you hide a corpse, it's still dead! You really think you can heal my wounds by saying they'll always be watching me from over the clouds? Like some kind of fairy tale? I am Ante Beatrice, Witch of Truth. I will free myself from that life as a ghost, waiting for a miracle that will never happen. I'll end my life as a noble martyr who's reached the truth. Didn't you come to understand the power of magic through Maria's grimoire?
Yeah, I understood it. And then I despaired when I realized how powerless it was.
And that's what Oni-chan is trying to force me to use now, isn't it? If I believe, if I use magic, then my family will always be by my side. Don't take me for a fool! You think that kind of magic, that illusion, that daydream, can heal those 12 years? And how am I supposed to go on for decades and decades into the future? Someone come back to me. Someone. But no one's coming back! So at least tell me what happened that day! Burkestel said she'd tell me! Yes, my master. I have the Book of the Single Truth. I'll bring it back to you, so let me have the truth! For a long time now, I've been prepared to abandon my naive hope in the miracle that my family might be alive. So now, tell me the truth of that day! A blinding light poured out of the chapel. It seeped from the windows and the cracks of the door, even reaching as far as Battler and Erica's eyes.
What?
It would seem that Comrade Ange has completed her task. It looks like you've tried some useless seal, but to my master, that will be easier than thawing frozen sorry fish.
Damn!
Master said I could play with you until Ange finished her task. I've had enough fun from this reunion, so I think it's time for me to leave.
Erica gave an elegant curtsy.
Why did you talk Ange into looking for the single truth? Your master must know! That truth doesn't mean anything for Ange!
Yes, all truths in this world are meaningless. In the end, meaning comes from the mind of each individual human. Even when there's a single truth, it can mean different things to different people. The truth has no meaning in itself. There's just one reason why I insist upon the truth despite it all.
Because you're a detective.
Good! But Ange-san isn't a detective. To her, the truth itself is the finish line. A way to mark the end of her unhappy life. Now she's finally finished the last purification ceremony. She's a one-night witch of truth focused on learning just one truth in order to die. A temporary witch for the short time until she slams against the ground.
I won't let Ange die! No matter how tough it gets, she has to live! That's the only thing all of us want! If she lives, all sorts of magic and miracles would be possible.
If only you'd put your arm around her shoulder and told her that directly, you might not have lost. Your thoughts? All it takes is to hear you howl, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erica.
Live! Ange!
He yelled towards the chapel, but Ange probably wasn't even there anymore. Battler's yell was swallowed by the empty pitch-black sky and the sea of rampaging goats.
Comrade Ava, our mission is complete. Let's withdraw. Oh, are we done already? And I was just about to tear the island apart with my own Ava culprit theory.
Ava appeared in midair and cackled.
Sorry, Battler-kun. I wasn't strong enough. For 12 years, I protected that kid my own way.
I'm grateful.
However, she decided this for herself. She's 18 years old now. Don't you think people should decide how they live their own lives?
Sorry for being an overprotective big brother.
Later. I'm Lady Bernkastel's piece at the moment. It's time for me to leave. I'll see you later, Comrade Ava.
Ava held her palm open, and a small, pointy blue fragment appeared there. The fragment burst, and with a blinding flash of light, Ava vanished. It was the same light that had seeped out of the chapel earlier. Pieces cannot leave the game board. However, the Voyager witches alone would come and go. This was probably some sort of magic that Bernkastel had given them. Erica opened her palm as well, and the same sort of fragment appeared there.
Well then, I bid you farewell. In fact, this might be the last time we see each other.
Wait. We haven't settled our fight yet.
If he could steal the fragment in Erica's hand, he would be able to go to where Bernkastel was. The seal surrounding the Book of the Single Truth would probably be broken easily with Bernkastel's power. However, even so, it would take her some time. If he could steal that fragment, he would have a chance at bringing Ange back.
What is there to settle? Time's up. However, if you feel like taking one last hit, I'd be happy to oblige.
He had known that Erica couldn't resist the challenge. After all, Battler already knew what Erica's trick was. He'd figured it out just a second ago. Even while he spoke with Erica, he had been thinking about it inside his mind. He could finish her with this last strike and take the fragment.
Let's go, Erica. This will decide it!
This will be the last one before I go. So go ahead and give me your craziest of hilarious theories.
Your locked room definition claimed that the walls, windows, floors, and ceiling and chain were all unbeatable. However, there was one possibility that I didn't check because it was too ridiculous.
Breeze Elric with the $20. Your voice acting is going so hard, I'm hesitant to even interrupt it with the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And that was whether or not the chain could be set from the outside. Blue Truth! This is the answer to your locked room. The length of the chain. The chain for your locked room was extra long, so it was possible to set and unset it from outside the room!
What a ridiculous answer. However, if you blindly assume that a lock made by an unbreakable chain makes a locked room unbeatable, then this truly would be a perfect locked room. The blue wedge flung from Battler's hand plunged straight into Erica's chest. As she winced in pain, her hand shook, and the fragment she held flew into the air.
Your locked room definition claimed that the walls, windows, floor, door, and chain were all unbeatable. However, wasn't there one really ridiculous thing missing? Blue Truth! Your locked room had no ceiling, so it was possible to enter by climbing over the wall!
Erica's blue scythe swung out from behind her back, catching Battler in the side as he stretched his hand out towards the fragment. Battler's hand didn't reach it. The fragment returned to Erica's hands once more.
It looks like our tricks were equally ridiculous. The mystery nuts would have been furious, don't you think? But I disagree. To me, the process of exposing that ridiculousness is ecstasy. That's why I'm Furudo Erica, the detective.
Damn it! You figured out the answer a while back, didn't you?
Not true. I thought it up in the instant between the time you let loose your blue truth and the time you stretched your hand out to grab the fragment. I've just been buying time since the beginning. I only started reasoning a second ago.
Erica broke the crystal barrier that surrounded them. Then, she flew high up into the sky, looking down on Battler and laughing at him as she gave a final bow.
Good day, Battler-san. Even if this has been my only time to shine, even if I've outlived my usefulness and am about to be thrown back into the depths of oblivion, even so, I have no regrets.
Wait!
No one would be foolish enough to wait on command. With a blinding flash, Erica vanished. Ange had gotten the Book of the Single Truth and returned to Bernkastel. Battler and the others had no way to leave the game board. Everything had come to an end. A gold butterfly flitted by, and Beato appeared.
My apologies, Battler. I let Ange get away.
I'm sorry too. I've let them get away. It's all over.
Battler had created this game for Ange. Now that Ange was gone, the game board no longer had any purpose. And even if that weren't the case, even now, the game board was being chewed apart by the goats, like a single leaf floating on a sea of nothingness. Thanks to Gertrude and Cornelia's seals, the mansion was protected from the second floor up. The door to the Golden Land was now open wide enough for a child to slip through. The smaller people, including Maria and Sakutaro, slipped through it.
My friend, I believe the door is opening at a quicker pace. Indeed. To my eyes as well, it seems to be so.
Father, is the door open yet? It looks like they're about to break in through the windows.
Krausama, there is no need for you to fear. An Eisern-Jungfrau barrier is not so easily broken.
Very soon, it will be big enough for adults to go through, too. Don't worry, we'll make it in time. But there's knocking and banging everywhere, and...
Stay calm and wait. After all,
There is nothing for us to do but wait.
Even the outer walls of the mansion were covered with goats, and they were plunging their fangs and fists into the walls and windows, trying to break through them. So there were goats stuck to all the windows in the hallway, smashing their thick arms against the windows in a way that would terrify anyone, even if they knew about the barrier. Ashen Roses, no, this is not the last stream. There will be one more stream left for episode 8, and then there will be another bonus stream after that, too. However, anyone watching the group of goats gathered at the top of the big staircase from the safety of the other side of the barrier would probably feel a different emotion. Instead of terror, it was a sad, empty sort of emotion. The barrier was drawn across the landing at the top of the hall's great staircase. Beyond that barrier, everything had already been eaten away. Was it even possible for those who stood in the hallway of the upper floors to believe that this was the Rokenjima mansion? By now, no one looking at this scene would be able to imagine such a thing. Forget the hall or even the whole first floor. Even the ground itself was almost gone. The sea of goats had eaten everything apart long before this. They had eaten apart the hall, the pillars of the mansion, the floor, the ground, the sea, the very concept of the island, every part of the game board Battler had created. And now, the only leftover was the upper part of the mansion, which floated along in empty space.
How pitiful.
To what do you refer?
The goats, in their eagerness to chew this island apart, have eaten up even the ground they stood on, dropping themselves into nothingness.
This had once been a huge entrance hall. Beyond it had been a vast rose garden. There had been so many places to stand upon. However, now, holes had been dug everywhere, and nearly everything outside the mansion was completely gone. Some goats were clutching to the few remaining footholds and pillars, still eating away at them.
It should be known that to expose the truth is to kill. Why can't humans live without killing, I wonder? Throughout their long history, so many have prayed for miracles, but in the end they eat up their own chances at receiving a miracle, eating up the very ground they stand on and falling into the abyss.
They saw a goat chewing the same pillar that was holding it up, which, unsurprisingly, fell into empty blackness along with the goat.
Humans are sad creatures, fated to live in order to learn. If learning means eating away at the same hopes and dreams that keep you alive, that would mean humans are born just so that they can die. We're taught that we have to live. However, almost everything that we can accomplish in life ends up killing us.
don't think about it. You'll just get a headache.
As a single human, I want to ask, is learning a crime? Is living in ignorance the only way we can have hopes and dreams?
Both living with knowledge and living in ignorance have their benefits, as well as their shortcomings. You're even free to choose which path you take. That's what makes humans powerless.
While people can learn, they cannot unlearn. And so the all-knowing God has stepped in for the sake of the humans who cannot know all, marking out things that should be learned and things that should not be learned. Too much curiosity can kill your hopes and dreams. Humans are pitiable beings who are unable to simply avoid those things which should not be learned. Lord Battler may have failed to teach this to Ange, but he can hardly be blamed.
And now Ange is gone. This game is over.
Struck dumb by Will's words, everyone fell silent. Only the sound of the goats eating everything away rang out hollowly. Even if they escaped to the Golden Land, these goats of emptiness would probably chew into that realm eventually as well. Even if they got away for the time being, nothing would be resolved. It was all set in stone now. They had no way to resist the future's violent attempts to tear the catbox of the past open.
In that case, we must stay alive. If a human's foolishness makes them throw away their own hopes and dreams in the end, then I want to believe in those things until the last second.
Your resolve is impressive.
I'm the embodiment of the only hope held by Beatrices of a million worlds. So even at times like this, I have to be everyone's hope. I'm not giving up on this game yet.
You're not giving up.
I'll keep waiting, believing in a miracle until the last second.
So you'll keep on struggling on until it's over.
That's right. After all, last time when we were surrounded by that pack of terrifying cats, we were prepared for death, weren't we? But Lambda Delta Sun saved us. If we had given up, if we hadn't had the strength to believe in a miracle, then I'm sure we'd have been erased before help could come.
Well, it's not like I really saved you. More like Byrne just failed to kill you properly. Or it might have been some whim of hers. A miraculous whim from the Witch of Miracles.
How long had she been there? Lambda Delta was leaning on the handrail of the staircase, eating popcorn. She held the cup of popcorn out as if to say, "Want some?" But Leon declined the offer.
Battlerkin told us. He said Ange-chan made a contract to learn the truth in exchange for her own life.
Going by your conversation just now, that was no contract. After all, living and seeking the truth so they can die is what humans do anyway, right? In other words, Ange has spent all of her life trying to learn the truth. All Byrne did was shorten that time to a single instant. When Ange...
Not Lambda.
When Ange-chan lost her hopes and dreams, she stopped valuing her own life. How can she be given hopes and dreams again? What can be done to help her find a reason for living?
Are you asking me? I'm stupid, remember? I'm super airheaded super paper with a brain of confetti. I don't understand complicated stuff.
After tossing the last bits of popcorn into her mouth, Lambda Delta threw the empty cup into the abyss of nothingness.
Byrne wasn't really pushing that kid to do something she didn't want. She was giving Ange a chance. Or should I call it a choice? Then Ange made the choice she wanted, appeared on the game board, and now in her game against Battler, she's making her own choices again. From start to finish, Ange's game has always belonged to Ange. Right now, I'm just a casual observer.
It doesn't exactly look like you're glued to the action.
Maybe not. It's a play with an obvious ending. I was thinking I might sneak out in a moment.
So you'd stop watching a play just because you think you know how it will end? Even though it might reach a climax you didn't expect?
Lambda Delta licked her salty fingers. Then she stared at Leon challengingly and grinned.
I know that Ange's game won't end this way. I know Battlerkin's feelings will reach her. She'll understand that he wants her to live in a better future, and she'll choose that future of her own accord. I'm certain that's how this tale will end.
Huh? Are you talking to me, the Witch of Certainty, and saying that the outcome is certain?
That's right. I guarantee it. Ange-chan's game won't end like this. So please, don't leave your seat. We won't leave either. There must be something we can do. And that will surely lead her to a better future. This tale will definitely have a happy ending. So keep watching until the end. I beg you.
Even though I, the Witch of Certainty, have already announced that this tale won't have a happy ending?
Who gets to decide what makes a happy ending?
For a while, there was a tense silence. With a confident gaze that seemed to be saying, "Are you serious?" Lambda Delta stared at Leon. However, Leon's eyes didn't even twitch. For some time, they stared into the other's eyes without flinching. Suddenly, Lambda Delta let out a large sigh and stretched.
Well, I have nowhere better to be. Sure, I'll stick around a bit longer. If you get me some more popcorn, that is. I'm feeling like caramel flavor this time.
If you come to the Golden Land, we'll serve you as much as you like.
Lambda Delta waved at them with a thin smile. No one was quite sure what this meant, but it apparently signified her surrender in her own way.
Okay. If you guarantee your own flavor of happy ending with certainty, then I, the Great Lambda Delta, will stick around for a while longer. See how big my heart is?
NB Pal, you should automatically be given a link by Patreon whenever you sub to it. But if you're still having difficulty with it, send a message to the Patreon messenger and I'll be able to get you a link later.
As wide as Lake Biwa,
That's not very wide.
and as gentle as the Sea of Japan.
That is a very rough sea. For your attention. It would seem that you've mixed up your metaphors.
There was some muffled laughter. Lambda Delta is the witch who gives strength to those who possess unshakable willpower. She might have given Leon a bit of magic for that absolute belief in a happy ending.
You better not let me get bored, okay? If you do, I'll leave right away.
Of course. I'm sure Battler-kun will be glad to welcome you as well.
Leon understood. In order to fight back against Bernkastel, who had taken Ange outside the board, they would need the power of another who was capable of leaving the board. Their last hope was to make sure Lambda Delta didn't abandon this game. However, judging by Lambda Delta's expression as she hummed to herself cheerily, actually asking her for help was probably going to be a problem.
Look, Separ! Everything from the first floor down is gone!
What a spectacle! Not a sight you see every day.
How have matters progressed upstairs? Oh, right. We came here to tell you that.
Hey everyone, sorry to keep you waiting.
They say the door to the Golden Land has opened!
Finally.
Let us go. This place will not be safe for long.
Everyone who had been sitting on the staircase got up. I'm pretty sure the link will be on the Patreon itself, MBPal. I think it'll be somewhere in, like, your viewer for, like, perks or something along those lines, I believe.
I guess this is goodbye, Rokenjima the Beautiful.
True. It may be a shadow of its former self, but this is the last time we'll see it, isn't it?
What could you possibly do with an attitude like that? Isn't there something you've got to show me? Let's see a happy ending.
Goodbye, Rokenjima. The Book of the Single Truth, sealed in crystal by Battler. Until I undo this seal, I can't even stick this key into the keyhole.
You can remove it, right? This seal?
Of course. They were in a vast, dimly lit space. To sum it up in a phrase, it was like a trench in the ocean floor. No, that's not quite right. It was a library. However, the number of books and height of the shelves vastly surpassed all of those that existed in the world of humans. If height is the measure of greatness, then the gods must surely have been giants taller than mountains. This place appeared to be a library big enough and grand enough for such gods. Each individual book was no longer than those from the human world. However, the shelves holding them stood like walls of a valley or a deep-sea ocean trench. So, Ange and the others looked like little more than a few small butterflies who had wandered into this vast library. Like minuscule deep-sea fish swimming about all alone in an ocean pit. This is more like ice than a seal. If you just steal it away from Battler and put it under the rays of the sun, it will fade away by itself as time passes.
Isn't there some way to just smash it open?
Do you like to thaw your frozen fish by smashing it with a hammer?
Sorry, I was always terrible in cooking class.
Kitties, thaw this seal. When Bernkastel whispered, from the dark ocean pit deep below them, several emerald green glints appeared and gathered like a school of fish. June Pop 45 with the $5. Sayonara, Rokenjima. Bernkastel threw the Book of the Single Truth down to them, and only after several seconds passed, the school of fish seemed to gather around it and carry it away. Those few seconds made it clear just how deep this bookshelf trench went. Ange was once again dumbfounded by this unimaginably vast and godly library. We can just let them handle the rest.
And you really will let me see what's inside?
If that's your wish, I'll grant it. And of course, I won't be able to read it myself without that key of yours. Ange silently gripped the golden key in her pocket. This journey had been so long and so strange. In search of the truth from 12 years ago, I left my home, met President Okonogi, met Amakusa, and at some point that adventure became part of a witch illusion. However, here I am. Yoshiromiya Ava's diary is here. The truth written inside it is sitting right in front of me. Rest for a while. Even I don't have enough free time to spend it all with you.
Well, I'm not really tired, though.
Erica, serve Ange some tea or something.
Yes, my master.
Erica popped into existence out of nowhere and bowed to her master.
Bernkastel, if by any chance you're planning to use me and steal both the key and the book, you won't get off easy.
How dare you say such things to my master?
Sorry. After my long experience with witches, I've decided not to trust normal words.
Very well. I'll promise it with the red truth. When the seal on the book of the single truth is dissolved, you, Ange, will be the first to read it. Is that good enough for you? For some time, Ange considered the witch's words, searching for some sort of trap hidden within them. There was no greater guarantee that a red truth given by a witch. Ange understood this well enough. If one did start to doubt even this red truth, there would be nothing left to trust in this entire world. If one began to suspect even this, then even the truth would no longer be truth. Are you still unsatisfied about something?
No, I'm fine.
She would need Bernkastel's help if she wanted to read the book of the single truth. Ange finally realized that she had nothing to gain by complaining more and annoying this witch further.
Once you've broken the seal, call me right away.
Of course. I also want to read it as soon as possible. I'll call for you at once. Byrne spun away from them, then vanished into the dark bookshelf trench. Ange saw a school of emerald green fish appear and follow behind Bernkastel. Could those be her familiars? As she stared at the emerald lights that resembled some sort of deep-sea fish, Ange was poked from behind.
Let's go.
Comrade Ange.
You're creeping me out, so please just call me Ange.
Then you can call me Erica, Selma.
Let's get going, Comrade Erica. Neon roses with the $5. Chuck the book in the microwave. The pair began to swim in the direction Erica indicated. Swim seemed a better way to describe what they were doing than fly would have.
Just what is this place? It's way too big to be called a library.
It's not like you'll be able to remember its name, so why not just call it the library?
I'll decide what I can or can't remember. Tell me.
It's the great witch of theater-going, drama and spectating's noble city of carefully selected books.
Yeah, the library works fine.
Knew you'd say that.
The City of Books. Yeah, the name fits. The bookshelves on either side of this canyon are skyscrapers. If I think of those emerald green lights flowing beneath us as headlights on a highway, then this really does seem like a city of books. These things aren't just books, are they?
That's right. Each volume is packed with an ensemble play. They look like books from here, but if you open one up, you'll find a whole world inside.
So even our long tale is only one of these.
Great witches who live on far higher planes than we do are hardly any different from a god or creator. From their perspective, our little tale is worth little more than a single book, if that.
From the theatergoer's perspective, our individual lives are hardly worth anything at all. If they're writing down an entire world in a single volume, then my life probably isn't even worth a single line.
But we're the main characters. I am, and so are you.
That's right. Even if the tales of the gods don't mention us, we are always the main character in the story we write for ourselves. Becoming aware of that fact is the first thing that separates witches from humans.
They were on a balcony, which was really a room-sized section that had been dug out of the bookshelf, with no guardrail along the cliff. It didn't go in very deep, making it look like a room that had been cut in half. It was filled with the tools of everyday life, as though this was Erika's hidden house.
My master has ordered me to serve you some tea. So if you don't feel like drinking, I'll have to pour it into you with a funnel.
If you try, I'll have to serve you some matcha.
Matcha?
Nothing, just talking to myself. Ignoring Erika as she made tea, Ange looked down upon the bizarre, otherworldly scene below. Until Erika finished getting the tea ready, the scene held Ange's gaze like it was sucking out her soul.
This might sound strange coming from me.
What?
You made a deal to throw away your life to learn the truth. That's quite something.
I had nothing to gain from life. It was easy for me to trade away the time I had left.
My master really does take to idle whims. To think that she would make a contract for the meaningless life of a powerless girl.
Ange chuckled, not bothering to argue. That was exactly right. How incredible that Bernkastel would lend her power to a worthless life that was trying to throw itself away.
Well, my master is the witch who controls miracles, so it makes sense that she'd appear for even a worthless girl like you.
Good point. Even if Bernkastel hadn't appeared, I would have still taken that step off the edge that day.
You really are a cheap woman, aren't you?
Well, then just how much are you worth?
Me?
The way Erika cackled was disturbing. Still, Ange realized that this was her way of answering the question. People don't become witches of their own choosing. If they're capable of living, all people want to live their lives as humans. When something comes along to trip up that life, that's when the road to living as a witch opens. Even Furudo Erika, who calls herself the Witch of Truth, must be like this. The two Witches of Truth, sitting here drinking tea without even looking at each other, are exactly the same.
I like exposing the truth.
I know that.
I like exposing secrets, then watching those people turn pale as they wonder how I figured it out. That's when I know I've reached the truth, and it's a moment of ecstasy.
There's something seriously wrong with you.
Well, then what does the truth mean to you?
Ange was about to give an immediate answer, but she bit down her words. And once she did, not knowing the right way to respond, no further words came. After all, to Ange, the truth itself was the goal. At first, it was out of hatred. Could Ushirimiya Eva, the sole survivor of Rokenjima, be the culprit behind everything? She hated Eva, but she had no proof that her aunt was the culprit. And of course, Eva never talked about what happened on that island. So, at first, in Ange's eyes, the truth meant proof that Eva was the culprit. However, that feeling withered away with Eva's death. Now that Eva was dead, even if Ange did find some kind of proof, it wouldn't mean anything. So eventually, the truth Ange wanted to find became nothing more than the simple desire to know what happened on that island that day. However, one thing was obvious. Even if she did find out the truth, that wouldn't bring any of her family back to her. It might not mean anything at all.
You're going to expose the truth your beloved Oni-chan is hiding, even though it's meaningless? You're the one that's not making sense.
Erika laughed mockingly. Ange laughed too, as though she agreed. And so, truth to me became my goal. Maybe you could even call it my reason for living.
So, once you do reach the truth, there won't be any point or purpose to you living anymore, right?
That's right. So I'll die. Hasn't it been long enough? I've already lived 12 years too long. Don't I at least deserve to have a witch appear and grant me my wish in my final moments?
To put it simply, you're just tired with life. Does that sum it up?
Yeah. So my reason for living, my very existence and everything else is meaningless. That's why this goal of finding the Book of the Single Truth has put a little sparkle back into my life, now that it's nearly over. At least on that score, I'm grateful to Bernkastel.
I see. Battler wants you to live, so he hid the goal that would let you die. I think I pity Battler-san for the first time. After all, you can't choose your little sister.
Sorry, Oni-chan. I'm tired of life. 12 whole years. I've been living off nothing but the illusion that someone might come home someday. Just let me find peace already. Finding the truth of that day, I decided I'd use that to mark the end of my life. For 12 years I'd believed in a miracle, but there was no miracle. I won't believe in miracles anymore.
The Book of the Single Truth. Of course, I'm also dying to find out what's in it. But from what I hear, it doesn't sound like the truth inside is something spectacular enough to mark the end of your life with.
Yeah. At first I hoped there would be something earth-shattering written in it, but now I guess I've cooled on it.
Any truth searched for by a worthless person is bound to be worthless. It'll probably make for a fitting end to your worthless life.
Yeah. I'm sure it will.
Ange was already starting to realize something. Regardless of why Ava decided not to talk about what happened, the real events of that day probably weren't anything earth-shattering. Some sort of malfunction made the bomb in that secret underground base explode. Yes, it was just an accident. But the public believed and hoped that some sort of plot surrounded the events of that day. Ava was a suspect herself, so she could claim that nothing strange had happened until she was blue in the face and no one would believe her. Of course, this included Ange. In that case, shutting up like a clam would just make things easier. It was hardly surprising that Ava chose to say nothing.
Right now, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. I just feel sort of worn out and listless.
Being able to bear the truth is what makes a witch of truth. Comrade Ange, it looks like you don't possess that strength after all. If you did, you wouldn't be thinking about dying.
You're right. For 12 years, I've clung on to the hope that someone might come back. I've just used Beatrice's cat box to shut away the truth, denying it for 12 years.
When you read the Book of the Single Truth, I wonder what will happen to you.
Who knows? Won't Bernkastel carry out the contract by slicing my head off with a scythe or something? Or will I be turned into chunks of meat again? Maybe I'll get some salt and pepper this time.
I see. So that's where the chunks of meat thing came from. Did you say something?
Nope, nothing at all. Anyway, would you like some more tea?
No, thank you. Ange listlessly gazed down from the balcony with no handrail, down into the darkness of the abyss at the bottom of the bookshelf ravine. No, the gap between the bookshelf skyscrapers. From the beginning until the end of my journey, I haven't taken a single step away from this spot. This journey of mine, not even a single step long, will end soon.
What are those lines of lights flowing around at the bottom?
Oh, those? Probably a group of guests coming to Great Lady Aurora's party.
Guests?
Great witches from the Senate, Voyager witches who are trying to escape boredom in their endless travels. Powerful witches who have woken from century-long sleeps, as well as witches who control the future world and noble witch hunters. It seems she's planning to hold a grand party tonight.
Is it a birthday party or something?
From what I've heard, while the Great Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch, may be an outsider among witches, she's also the genius whose formidable magic system of magic resulted in the creation of Beatrice's cat box, the endless factory capable of producing endless tales. From my point of view, she's just stupid and a weak finisher. Excuse me. Goodness, the tea. She's just stupid and a weak finisher, but in the world of great witches, she's apparently pretty famous.
So, this is Beatrice's birthday party?
My master says she'll be holding a dinner party with Beatrice's guts. After all, it's only natural, right? The cat box was only able to generate infinite tales because there was no single truth. However, tonight, the single truth will be revealed thanks to your key. And that means the cat box will be opened. Really, it's no different from slicing open her chest as she still lives and tearing out what's inside.
Everyone in that huge crowd, which looks like a packed freeway, is going to one dinner party? I'm not sure what's stronger. My shock at how famous Beatrice is, or my revulsion at those sleazebags.
For you, the Book of the Single Truth is nothing more than an end.
However, for all those enjoying the mystery of Rokenjima, this is an event that can't be missed.
I see.
So that's a crowd of those goats who are chewing Oni-chan's game board apart. Ange's analogy was an accurate one. The crowd far, far below them was made up of nobles wearing beautiful outfits and goat masks. They were all so intent on tearing the guts out of Beatrice's cat box that they couldn't even hide the drool trickling from their mouths. Those gluttonous goat nobles who derived pleasure from violently exposing the truth were in a line of cars heading towards this meeting place. Looks like this is the end for Beatrice and the cat box.
Beato's group is holed up in the Golden Land, the last leftovers from the game board. Acting as gatekeepers, Battler and Beato have destroyed the first wave, but they won't be able to stop the second. My master has given me an armada capable of destroying the very concept of defensive measures. The Golden Land's ramparts are as good as gone.
Those goats who have appeared all over the island. They're the personification of random opinions in the future, and all of them want the island's tale to be a tragedy.
That's right. Those goats keep getting bored from the sea of the internet. That first wave was just the riffraff. The second wave will be entirely different. It's made up of the best, elite goats selected from the crowd that are capable of denying all the cowering pieces one by one. In total, they number in the hundreds of thousands. 100,000 people to deny the existence of a few dozen hiding on an island.
Looks like this is it for Oni-chan too.
You're ready though, aren't you? You understand that Ushiramiya Battler died in 1986, and that this man is an illusion created by the cat box.
Yeah, I understand. Regardless of whether he's my real brother or an illusion, regardless of whether he's who I'd like him to be or not, the Battler who created this game board for my sake will die. No, it just means that I'll accept the fact of his death, so it's not like he's going to die now. Ange thought to herself, shouldn't performing the last rites for her brother be her responsibility? This was her final trial, which she had assigned to herself. All of those people down on the game board were the personification of Ange's naivete. By denying the existence of all of them, wouldn't she finally be able to accept the truth? No, that's not right. I'm not being honest, even with myself. Even if it's all an illusion, it wouldn't make that bizarre Halloween party any less heartwarming. Oni-chan said it himself. That Halloween party may have been an illusion. However, he was trying to use that party to tell me something. About that second wave.
My master has appointed me to be their commander. Leave it to me, Ange-san. My master isn't so malicious that she'd make you dirty your own hands.
Yes, that might be kind of her. These are my lingering attachments we're talking about. I should be grateful to Bernkastel. If she really were cruel, she would probably have ordered me to take charge of the second wave and execute my own family.
Comrade Ange, you are a witch of truth, aren't you?
That's right. Probably.
Then let's accept the truth, okay? Finally, after 12 years, the single truth lies before you.
I'll just sit around here until Bernkastel finishes breaking the seal.
You'll probably be summoned as a guest for the party. We've got a mirror, so maybe you should wipe the sleep from your eyes.
And maybe you should shave before heading out to battle. It floated in the empty air, the door to the Golden Land. 1 or 2 square meters of tiled floor still remained in front of the door, scarcely enough to remind a person that this had once been Kinzo's study. By now, all of the game board except the Golden Land had been eaten away, leaving only this door floating in a sea of nothingness. There were 2 figures in front of that door. It was Battler and Beato. They may not have been literally covered with wounds, but they definitely seemed to be dead tired. Battler, leaning against the door, seemed to have finally caught his breath. Beato was also sitting against the door, letting her legs dangle gracelessly. Could the battle against that force really be called a battle? It was more like a mere pushing fight on the increasingly small bit of ground that remained. They had wanted to protect at least Kinzo's study no matter what, and the only fruit of their desperate struggle was the tiny bit of flooring that they were sitting on now. Those goats fell into the abyss whenever they had nowhere to stand, So now, with so much of the floor gone, there was no way for them to attack anymore. If Battler thought this, his naive hopes were quickly crushed.
Looks like we're surrounded.
So their plan was to gather their forces and crush us in a single stroke.
Stretching across the horizon, surrounding the door at their backs, was an encirclement of countless large sailing ships. As they could clearly see, the decks of those ships were packed with goats, with some of the more foolish and overeager ones spilling over the edges into the emptiness below.
Dang. I've gone through a lot of crazy stuff in your games, but being surrounded by pirate ships is definitely a first for me.
They probably do possess the strength to break through the Golden Land's perimeter. Those cannons are no bluff. Doubtless they intend to use those to smash through this door and pour in.
Along the sides of each ship were several open gun ports, each with a cannon pointing at the door. If all the ships surrounding them were joined by even more, and all of those ships fired all of their cannons at once, there was no point trying to imagine what would happen next. Or Habaki Gaming with the $2, do what you want because a pirate is free. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Battler and Beato grimaced and hung their heads.
How long will the Golden Land perimeter hold out against those cannons?
I do not know. However, since they are all awaiting reinforcements after amassing that many, I doubt the barrier will break that easily.
True. I can't think of any reason to delay your attack without even sending terms for surrender.
I hope we can take advantage of this time they give us.
Time's always the ally of the weaker side. After all, we can always hope for a miracle.
Though it might also give us more time to wither in despair.
At that moment, something small and hard hit Battler in the forehead.
Ow! The heck is this? Konpeito candy?
It's me! I know where Bird and the others are.
The Konpeito candy was Lambda Delta's transformed body. She was the only one of their allies capable of crossing the Sea of Fragments.
Spectacular! That's the Great Lady Lambda Delta for you. They'll be able to see us here. Let's talk inside. It's getting crazy out there.
Got it. Is anyone there?
When Battler knocked on the door, it opened, and Shannon and Canon came into view.
You called for us? My apologies, but we need you two to keep a lookout.
Leave it to us. When they begin their attack, don't worry about fighting them. Escape to the Golden Land as soon as they start. Don't worry about closing the door.
But that means...
They're planning to ignore the door and smash the Golden Land directly. Making a last stand here won't do anyone any good.
I understand.
We'll take care of things here, so go inside and work on a counterattack.
Indeed. We're counting on you.
Battler and Beato traded places with Shannon and Canon, returning to the Golden Land. A gentle rain poured down over the Golden Land Rose Garden. The Golden Land's weather reflected the hearts of those inside it. The quietly falling raindrops spoke for the pain felt by those who could do nothing but hide here, waiting for the enemy's final assault. When they returned to the arbor, the Konpeito flew out of Battler's pocket, jumped onto the table, and returned to its original form.
I haven't had a thrill like this for years. Hard to believe I'd get put in a tight spot like this even after becoming a witch.
Let's get down to business. Just where are Ange and Bernkastel?
The City of Books.
I have heard of it. They say it's a place where all kinds of fragments collected by great witches who travel the sea are recorded and stored in the forms of books.
Indeed. The great witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating's noble city of carefully selected books.
So the Great Lady Aurora is the ruler of the City of Books. Truly a suitable place for her.
Nice going, Lady Lambda Delta. Hard to believe you could pick out that spot so quickly from the other possible hiding places.
Actually, it was pretty easy. I didn't even have to search since they're advertising it as loud as they can. They're planning a huge party where they'll unveil the secret to the cat box of the Endless Witch, the Great Lady Beatrice. I see. So they haven't been delaying their attacks because they await reinforcements, but because the party hasn't begun yet.
So, in this party, they plan to use Ange'S key and reveal the contents of the Book of the Single Truth?
You got it. Aurora hasn't held an event like this for ages, and she's gathering VIP guests from all over the place. The Book of the Single Truth will probably be the party's final showpiece.
So, that means we still have a shot at taking Ange and the key back.
Time-wise, that may be true. However, there's a really simple and obvious problem.
What?
The City of Books is a sacred realm under the supervision of the Senate. It's protected by a holy barrier. Only a witch of the Senate can enter it.
Aren't there any invitees who aren't members of the Senate?
Yeah, there are. It looks like they're being given special invitations, which allow them to enter the sacred realm for a limited time.
Invitations.
My. Now this might be interesting.
That's what I thought too. But it turns out there's a strict policy on punctuality, and these invitations automatically become useless unless you present them before the party begins. And I'm afraid to say the party started a short while ago.
In other words, it's too late to try stealing an invitation from a guest who's running late.
That's right. So, what do we do now? Could someone give me popcorn? I'd like a nice candy flavor this time.
As an outsider, I hate to barge into this conversation, but we seem to have no options left.
We're already done for, aren't we? Can't we do anything except sit here until they attack? There must be something we can do. That's right. There's just one thing that we can do.
What's that? We can keep on struggling for each second of survival and hope for a miracle.
A miracle?
So, we're stuck defending the Alamo.
We cannot surrender. Our only option is to hold out as long as we can, waiting for a miracle.
What kind of miracle? Ange could change her mind, for some reason. There's a chance, maybe 1 in several million, that she comes back.
With a probability such as that, it truly would be a miracle. We're here so we can await Ange-san's return.
Yes. Ange-san has nowhere to call home except where we are right now. We must defend this place to the last minute, waiting for her to come back.
Awaiting the master's return is the duty of a servant.
Now that it has come to this, I, Goda, am prepared for what may come.
Butler-sama, all of us are prepared.
We of the Chiester Sisters Imperial Guard will fulfill our oath and remain by the Great Lady Beatrice's side until the bitter end.
45 here, no problems. I shall fight until the end. Finally, a fitting place to die, yeah? No problems from 410, yeah?
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory will stay with Beatrice-sama and Battler-sama until the finish.
The 6 younger sisters also showed their resolve with their eyes.
Eisern Jungfrau will serve until the end.
The former SSVD's got your back too.
And please, lend us your power as well.
Me? No way. Didn't I just give you some excellent intel? I think I've done more than my fair share, don't you?
How do you know that Ange-chan is in the City of Books?
I saw her with my own eyes, of course. I never trust anything unless I see it for myself.
Which means you're qualified to enter this sacred realm called the City of Books, right? Indeed. The Great Lady Lambda Delta is a witch of the Senate, after all.
Lambda Delta.
What's with you guys? You aren't gonna tell me to do more work, are you?
My, what an unexpected development!
Lady Lambda Delta is the only one who can enter the City of Books.
And could that possibly mean?
That this is Lady Lambda Delta's time to shine?
Enough kidding around, are you people crazy? You're telling me to go all by myself and sneak into there one more time, and then bring Ange back out here?
Junepop 45 with the $2. Umineko Civil War. Oh boy. The several dozen people surrounding Lambda Delta all nodded in unison.
How stupid can you be? If I were to save Ange, that'd mean crashing the Great Aurora's party, get it? I'd have the whole world as my enemy. And what's in it for me? Nothing, obviously. There's nothing you could all possibly offer me. That'd be worth getting on the bad side of Aurora and her monster friends.
You'll get to see a happy ending, where Aurora and Berncastell's schemes are crushed. Ange comes back and everyone makes peace with one another. What do you say, Lady Lambda Delta? There could be no greater thrill. If you pulled off such a marvelous feat, you'd be able to forget your illness for 1,000 years, would you not?
We're begging you, Lambda Delta. Lend us your power!
Mira with the $2. Umineko's Umineko's assemble. Okay, sorry. The emoji displayed weird on the thing.
Please, please, we're begging you. Help us save Ange.
Everyone clamored for Lambda Delta's help. They surrounded her and begged for her assistance.
Please, Lady Lambda Delta. Only you can do this.
Give us your strength. I'll show you the greatest of tales. You'll get to see it from the front row. So please, lend us your strength.
Shut up! Shut the hell up!
Lambda Delta leapt to her feet and crushed the cup of popcorn in her hands. Sweet candy-flavored popcorn flew everywhere and pieces stuck to everyone's face. It may have been a hilarious sight. However, no one laughed. Lambda Delta's face was filled with a rage that none of them had seen before.
Could you please stop getting the wrong idea? I'm a spectator! A spectator! I'm just a guest who is invited by Beato to come and watch this game. So why am I supposed to risk my life for you people? You think you'll get a happy ending if Ange comes back? Are you really that stupid? Byrne and her forces will come sweeping through here mad with rage and wipe us all out. There's only one reason I'm here, and that's because Leon over there said I'd get to watch an interesting show. Yeah, and now I'm sure I'll get to see a sublimely interesting tale very soon. A sad, sad tragedy as you fight desperately against Byrne's forces and get wiped out one by one. Oh, I'm sure you'll each get one last time to shine as you're torn apart. If I just wait a little, I'll get to see all that, won't I? Pretty soon all of you'll be dead. But not me. I'm just a spectator. A guest. There's absolutely no reason why I should agree to die with you.
No one was able to say a word. In the still silence, with no sound except that of the rain, even Lambda Delta finally hung her head in dismay. Sorry. I'm totally lame, aren't I? Yeah, if I stood up right now and said, leave it to me, my popularity would surge and I'd probably make it into the top 3 in the next character popularity contest. But still, unlike the rest of you, I'm not one of the story's characters. I can't die. It's like it's midnight and you're telling me that we're almost at the best part. But tomorrow is Monday and I've got early cleaning duty at school. We live in completely different worlds. That's why you can't, like... Lambda Delta staggered as though dizzy, then plopped down into a chair. Then she became expressionless like a doll, just staring at a single point in space silently.
Sorry.
Battler softly apologized. However, Lambda Delta remained expressionless.
There's still more that we can do on our own. So it's not fair to put pressure on you alone to risk something. We'll fight here and defend this spot until the last moment. We'll believe in the miracle of Ange choosing us over the single truth. If we aren't prepared to do that, we're in no position to ask you to give up your life alongside us.
Battler rose from his seat and spun around.
Battler. I'll switch places with the pair outside. When they come, I want to be in the front lines. That's the fastest and most direct way I can show Lambda Delta my determination.
I shall go as well. Master, please find Lady Lambda Delta some more popcorn.
Beato.
I know Ange will return. If we don't believe, even a possible miracle will not bear fruit. You can't win a lottery unless you buy a ticket.
Beato also stood up and followed Battler.
Everyone, let's do what we can to prepare for the fight.
I agree. Nothing stupider than just sitting around here.
Good point. If we're reaching the end, let's put on a good show.
We've got to make sure that there is a place that Ange-chan can call home. And we should hold a strategic conference.
Yeah. We have furniture, weapons, demons, and inquisitors. Must be some way for these mismatched forces to cooperate.
Let's go, little sisters.
Break time's over.
Chester troops, rise.
The humans and fantasy creatures all rose to their feet and left the arbor. Afterwards, only Lambda Delta remained, still staring blankly at a point in empty space. That black tea smells nice. Is it instant or from a tea bag? Oh, okay. It was Ava Beato. I see.
Oh, would you like some too, Comrade Ava? We have no more cups, so you'll have to use a funnel.
A gold butterfly drifted onto the balcony and turned into Ava. How's Bernka still doing? Will it be a while longer before she breaks the seal on the Book of the Single Truth?
That's what I came to talk about. She says the seal has been broken. Congratulations. So the time has finally come. The period to mark the end of your life.
Take the key and go to Lady Bancastel. One of her cat familiars will guide you.
2 emerald sparkles flew in. They were the green, glinting eyes of a black cat. The cat flicked its tail elegantly, with the dignity of a high-class attendant.
Got it. Then I'll be back in a bit.
Ange rose from her seat. She did it casually, as though she really was just heading out for a short trip. However, her lips would never touch her half-finished cup of tea again.
We weren't together long,
But I enjoyed it.
it was a very enlightening experience to learn what disgust for your own kind feels like.
Same here. Next time we meet, you'll have to teach me the trick to making tea that's terrible.
Are you happy? Now you'll finally get to learn the secret I've been hiding from you these past 12 years.
I am happy. Yeah, now I can understand how Erica feels. It feels like I've taken a shot back at you, exposing the secret that you kept until your death.
And is that a good feeling?
Well, it's better than nothing.
Ange nodded towards the black cat to let it know that she was ready. The cat nodded back in a refined manner, indicated that it wanted Ange to follow, and leapt from the balcony. Without turning back, Ange followed it, jumping out into the air as though swimming. Ava watched her go. An expression of ridicule and scorn was not the one that crossed her face.
Good luck, Ange. This is the path that you've chosen. You aren't 6 years old anymore. You're 18. Choose how to live your own life. What an overprotective aunt you are. I'm going to watch the ceremony. What about you? It's almost time to begin the attack, so I'm heading for the ships. I've got to go pick up Beato's corpse. The guts will go to the party. I get to keep her skin, so let's stuff and mount it. So, this is the end to the mysterious tale of Rokenjima. Which means that it's also the end for you. I mean, you are a piece from there, right? A piece is all I am.
The role of a piece is to remain faithful to its role until the game ends. It's not a piece's place to worry about what happens after the game is over.
True. And it's the same for me. Let's both enjoy this time while we have it. Well then, allow me to take my leave.
Later. Good luck with your work.
After exchanging elegant bows, the 2 witches vanished at the same time. Nothing remained except some half-finished teacups and the aroma of the tea itself. One after another, luxury cars stopped in front of a high-class hotel in the city, and guests began to step out of them.
Hey, Professor Otsky!
Oh, what a surprise! I haven't seen you since the last convention.
All of the guests gathered here were very rich and cultured. A single hobby tied all of them together. They were the witch hunters, like-minded people who enjoyed exploring various interpretations of the Rokenjima mystery.
Still, I wonder if it's really true. It's hard to believe that Ushiromeya Ava's diary actually exists. It really is. I had heard rumors of it myself. A secret diary said to have been hidden away by Ushiramiya Eva just before her death. Rumor has it that she wrote the details of Rokenjima's truth in there. Reminds me of that fable of the king with the donkey's ears. Humans truly are tragic creatures, incapable of keeping quiet about a secret even if no one could possibly learn of it. From what I've heard, a collector from Dubai offered to buy it for $10 million. Incredible! More evidence of the fascination that the Rokenjima mystery is capable of stirring.
Conversations like this were breaking out passionately all over the place. Furthermore, the guests weren't the only ones pouring in. The press was also there in force. The Rokenjima mystery had created such a large movement that at one time it became a social phenomenon. Though that had died down slightly in recent years, it was still a topic fiercely debated across the internet. It was hardly any surprise that the discovery and imminent release of Ushiramiya Eva's diary, which contained the truth of that mystery, had caused an uproar. Smiles, if you're talking about the translation group, it's not supposed to literally be them. The name is just an Easter egg in, like, you know, alluding to their translation efforts. And on top of all of that, the mysterious forger Itoi Kukuro was to appear publicly for the first time. In fact, it seemed that Itoi Kukuro and HACHIJO TOHYA, the up-and-coming mystery novelist, were the same person. Of course, this meant that HACHIJO TOHYA would also be appearing in public for the first time. The fact that she was actually an enigmatic female author, despite having been thought to be male, would have been enough to cause a stir on its own. Before the diary unveiling party, a press conference was held in one of the rooms of the hotel.
Indeed. I am HACHIJO TOHYA.
We now know that in your previous book signings, you went to the lengths of using a double to avoid appearing in public. What caused you to change your mind and appear before us this time?
The legend of the Rokenjima witch has given birth to endless tales. Considering the weight of such a legend's demise, and being the mere writer that I am, I felt obligated to show myself as a sign of respect.
As a forger, you announced on the web that you had reached the truth. Does that mean that you've already read the contents of that diary?
And very soon those contents will be revealed to everyone.
Pardon me for asking, but is there solid proof that the contents of the diary are the truth? It seems that you're claiming to be no more than the personal account of a single deceased... claiming it to be no more than the personal account of a single deceased person.
That is not the case. I guarantee it. The truth is written in this diary.
A stir passed through the crowd, and the room was suddenly filled with camera flashes.
This ends Hachijo's interview. Allow us to express our deep gratitude to all members of the press for coming today. And now we would like to move on and allow you to take pictures of Madame Ushiramiya Eva's diary.
A hotel worker pushed forward a cart covered by a veil. Then, after looking to Hachijo for approval, he removed the veil. There lay Ushiramiya Eva's diary. The Book of the Single Truth sat there, waiting for its seal to be broken. Hachijo held it to her chest and laughed enigmatically. Camera flashes came from everywhere, making the Book of the Single Truth glint.
And that's all for now. If you would all please move to the assembly hall.
Still holding the diary, Hachijo left the press conference room, escorted by men from the hotel, until she went through a door that said no entry unless authorized. The journalists continued to surround her and ask questions, hoping to gather just one more comment. When the door slammed shut, the world twisted. The hotel employees became black cats wearing capes. Hachijo had turned into Featherine. Things are getting pretty crazy out there. Did you enjoy it?
It was tiring, though not a bad experience. I must say that this diary truly is heavy.
Featherine tossed the diary and Bernkastel caught it.
I will rest in one of the waiting rooms.
You're up again pretty soon. There's no time to rest.
In that case, call it a short break so that I can properly enjoy this long-awaited excitement.
I need to borrow that book. I promised Ange that I'd show her first.
I see. In that case, do as you please.
Featherine left, followed by her cat attendants. After watching her until she was out of sight, Bernkastel disappeared as well. Like Erica's room, Bernkastel's was a balcony without a handrail, dug out of a bookshelf cliff. Ange had been kept waiting for some time, but she had waited patiently, looking down at the world below her. I'm late, aren't I? Sorry about that. After Bernkastel appeared, the Black Cats gave a bow and vanished. Here you go. I brought it with me. The Book of the Single Truth. Can I touch it? Do as you like. Bernkastel set it on the table and beckoned Ange forward. Slowly, Ange approached it. So, this is Ange'S diary. That's right. Inside it, you'll find the single truth that you wanted. You do have the key, right? Yes. Right here. Ange took the key out, looked at it there on her palm, then gripped it tightly. Even that heavy lock that held the diary so securely was fated to be swept aside easily as soon as Ange readied herself. I won't rush you. You don't have to open it until you're ready. In here, there's the truth of what happened on October 4th and 5th, 1986, right? Yes. Everything that you offered up your life in the hope of learning is there. In that instant, inside of Ange, two Anges appeared, taking control of her body at the same time. On the one hand, she knew that she had already paid a great price to learn the truth. This part of her gripped the key, wanting to act quickly to prevent the moment of hesitation that might lead her to refuse to learn the truth now. At the final moment, with the Book of the Single Truth right before her. On the other hand, a feeling that she was betraying the brother and family that watched over her warmly made her bite her lower lip. However, though she shook, she could do nothing but watch as her right hand slowly brought the key towards the lock. What am I hesitating for? Inside this diary, there's the final destination of my sad, painful 12-year-long journey. Was 12 years not enough of that? Do I want to keep living that way? That Oni-chan and all those others, those are all illusions created by my heart. My naive hope that a miracle might still occur if I put my two options on a scale, and the path I should choose is clear. Slowly, I pushed the key into the lock and twisted. The lock opened with a click, and at the same time it felt as though a crack ran through the key in my hands. Maybe a part of its intricate design had broken off. I couldn't tell where it had broken just by glancing at it. However, for some reason, its golden glint seemed dulled somehow. It's because you made your choice with that key. A bit of magic has disappeared. What kind of magic? Didn't Battler tell you? He said you couldn't hand that over to anyone else. That magic, which left the decision to you, has just fulfilled its role and disappeared. That key is just a key now. It can't do anything but lock and unlock that diary. I see. Then I guess I have no more use for Oni-chan's key. Can I have it? Once you've read the diary, I'll lock it up again. Opening that lock will be a big part of tonight's ceremony, it seems. I see. Do whatever you want. I don't give a damn what happens after I find the truth. Bernkastel slid the key from where it lay on the table and put it into her pocket. Go ahead, then, before the courage that led you here fades. I lifted up Ange'S now unlocked diary. The lock was open. Even the hinge had been released by now. There was no longer anything standing in the way of me opening to the pages within. I thought of taking a deep breath. However, I decided against it. I prepared myself for this long ago. So stupid to fuel my reluctance further. I opened it. Violently, ruthlessly. I knew that this was the right way to open the truth that awaited me inside. As soon as the cover was opened, a brilliant light poured out, and my mind went hazy. The truth was sent to my mind directly, without letters or words. Tell me, what happened that day on Rokenjima? consciousness returned gradually. Nothing was written in the open book before me. Of course, this was my own blank and empty notebook. I was at school, just sitting idly with my notebook open. The world had stopped. The hands on the clock had stopped too. In that case, the auditorium should have been filled with silence. However, I could hear a small commotion. In this world of suspended time, I could see dark shapes sneaking about behind the unmoving students. They were students with goat heads. They were sneaking glances at me from behind the frozen students, whispering something to each other. I know. I can hear them. Everybody knows. One after another, students with goat heads slipped out from every conceivable hiding place. They slipped around all the students stopped in time and gathered around me. Then they all jeered out things in an endless stream, and possibly aware that I could hear them, showered me with giggles and sneers and comments amongst themselves. However, nothing that came from the goats' mouths reached my ears as words. This was a world without letters or words, so no words reached me. However, their emotions and meanings did reach me, so I knew what it was they were saying. And then, when I was able to visualize it, this happened. One after another, the goats opened their massive jaws, showing their fangs that dripped with saliva, and came forward to bite me. Time was stopped for me. I was aware, but I couldn't move. Literally, that wasn't true. However, I was pretending that I couldn't hear, so I couldn't move. The goats bit me all over my body, leaving their fang marks, licking me. Maybe they didn't like the taste of my clothes. Taking advantage of the fact that I couldn't move, they chewed through my clothes one by one, over and over again. The goats stuck their tongues, their jaws, their fangs into my naked body. I was covered with drool and bitten all over. Bright red teeth marks were left behind as sharp fangs pierced my skin, leaving trails of blood. They licked up that blood like real goats, hurting and humiliating me. As I hung my head, one of the goats pulled on my hair, forcing me to look up, and spoke. This time it wasn't conceptual, but words I could hear. However, they weren't words of the human world. They were a witch's words. The red truth which signifies absolute truth.
This is
The truth of the Rokenjima incident.
I won't accept it.
It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. This is the truth. After all.
I won't accept it. I won't! I'll never accept a truth like that! Never!
Whether you accept it or not, that doesn't change the truth. After all, this is the single truth, proven in red!
Who cares about the truth? So stupid. So pointless. I'm the one who gets to decide if that's the truth or not, right? Even if it's red truth, I won't acknowledge it. I won't permit it. And I definitely won't accept it. The red truth is absolute. Who is it absolute for? It's absolute for you guys, right? Not absolute for me. I won't let you contaminate my truth with yours.
Ange, calm down. You're the one who wanted to know, right?
My truth is that Aunt Ava is the culprit. Aunt Ava killed everyone. Everything is her fault. Dad and Mom and Oni-chan and all the others are just victims. It's no one's fault. No one's fault. How could it be? How could it be?
Your aunt will always be on your side, Ange-chan.
Yeah, I get it now. I know what you meant. That's right, Aunt Ava. You're the culprit.
culprit. You're the culprit. It's the world that's messed up and broken for not realizing that. I'm the right one. I'll deny the red truth. Deny the whole world.
Oh? In that case, try writing a red truth that only you can write. But how is it possible for a human to write with red truth?
It is possible. There's a red ink that only humans can write with.
Ange'S-san, please calm down.
I'm the right one. The world is wrong. I will write it. I'll write the truth with the real red truth.
20, requesting urgent support on the roof. Ange'S-san, wait! Don't be hasty! Look out!
Goodbye, Ange. Have a nice day.
I'll write it out. This is my blood red truth. I'll never accept the truth of your world!
Ange's body went past the edge of the balcony. The air, which she had been able to once swim through, was now completely merciless for some reason. Ange's body plunged straight into the darkness below. Bernkastel just watched the scene play out in silence. Behind her, men in black suits rushed up to the fence, clutching it and screaming.
This is 20. Ange'S-san jumped off. Damn, I can't see her from here. Quickly, investigate the ground area. It's no use. There's no way. Maybe she was caught by the safety net. Let's make sure.
What fools. If you jumped straight down from this height, do you really think that such a flimsy safety net could possibly save you? As the Witch of Miracles, I, Bernkastel, guarantee that such a miracle certainly won't occur. Ange's body fell from the skyscraper-like bookshelf and slammed against the floor of the City of Books. Looking down from Bernkastel's balcony, which was as high as a skyscraper's roof, could it have looked like a lovely, red-pressed flower? It couldn't have looked like anything. In the same way that the death of a single lonely girl who rejected the world and died alone wouldn't leave an impression on any of the world's people. She probably died instantly. It was only natural. She had fallen straight down from such a height after all. Is it even conceivable that she wouldn't die instantly after something like that? The index finger on the right hand of her corpse was stuck out as though it had traced something. Could it be that by some impossible miracle she really had escaped an instant death? And in her final moments, using the ink of the red blood draining from her, could she possibly have written her own personal red truth? However, no one would be able to tell what she had written. After all, the red blood pouring from her corpse had run over it all. Even this was your decision, Ange. Ava was looking down at the beautiful flower of blood radiating from Ange's corpse.
I tried to give you a chance to live, but you never truly made an effort to live in the future that began after the age of 6. And so, after 12 years, you finally returned to where you started.
The eyes on Ange's corpse were closed. However, there was no way of knowing if this was a peaceful thing. Slowly, the corpse began to break down. By the end, it had become a messy lump of flesh, with only a few parts recognizable as human. It was hardly surprising. How else would she look after falling from that height and slamming against the asphalt?
You managed to die. However, this doesn't mean that everyone will be waiting for you in heaven. After all, you reached this place by rejecting all of those in heaven. See you in hell.
No.
That's probably where we are right now. So long, Ange.
Ava. Perfect timing.
Did you call for me, my master?
Dispose of this scrap of meat for you if you wouldn't mind. I'm going to put this back. In Bernkastel's hands was the key, which had lost its magic when Ange made her decision, and the Book of the Single Truth, which had been locked up again.
As you wish, my master.
After looking down one more time, Bernkastel vanished. When she had gone, Ava summoned some cat familiars and ordered them to clean up. The black cats gathered Ange's flesh and scattered limbs and threw them into a tin bucket. Even in this miserable form, Ange's soul was still living. Perhaps living is a poor description. She was unable to die. From now on, forever. She would drift along in the deepest depths of oblivion, covered by the dust of oblivion, until she finally disappeared. She continued to question herself. What did the truth mean to her? What was right, and where was the place she could call home? As her flesh began to cool, even the energy to ask these questions began to fade. Eventually, she would forget her everyday memories, and even the reason why she was suffering. However, there was one thing she would never be able to forget. That was the anguish. From this point forth, she would suffer endlessly without even knowing why. By the time the cats finished flinging her corpse into the bucket and dumping it into the sea of nothingness, Ange had forgotten even her own name. What's the sound I keep hearing? Yes, it must be the sound of rain. In that case, what are those two bright lights coming towards me? I don't know. However, they came at me with a screeching sound and stopped right in front of me. A blaring noise came at me over and over. Whatever's shining those bright lights is threatening me. It's probably telling me to get out of the way. However, I was incapable of moving even a finger. There was a sound of a car door opening. Car. Door. Apparently, I was lying on asphalt under the pouring rain. I saw a figure, apparently the driver, open an umbrella and come towards me. Is this your garden? Oh, okay. Is this your garden? The figure questioned me. Of course, I couldn't answer it. If it is, then I must apologize. Yes, on a day with such fine weather, anyone would want to take a nap in such a lovely garden as this. And yet, unless my memory fails me, the figure crouched down and looked into my face. It was a woman. This is a public highway you're sleeping on. Do you want to become roadkill? Or maybe you already are roadkill. Well, now, which one is it? I clenched my chest. I felt I needed to answer somehow and establish communication, so after a lot of effort, I managed to let a short groan escape my lips. I see. So you aren't roadkill yet. And that was how I met IKUKO.
The body is in a very frail condition. Also, it's probable that there will be memory defects. We won't know for sure until the CT scan, but brain damage is also a possibility.
It's lucky the damage is all we have to deal with. Spend much longer in a spot like that and things would likely have been much worse.
True. In any event, I recommend getting this checked at a large hospital.
Thank you, Doctor. Please keep this off the record. It may not be much, but here's some money for your troubles.
I see no reason to speak of this needlessly, but... No, I couldn't possibly accept that much.
In the end, the doctor took the money and swore to keep quiet about the matter. Eventually, Hachijo returned.
Oh, you've been awake. How do you feel?
I nodded weakly, letting her know that it wasn't so bad for now. But where is this place? A room I have absolutely no memory of. In a house I don't remember at all. And first and foremost, here's a woman that I've never seen.
To start off, let me introduce myself. I'm Hachijo IKUKO.
I don't mind if you address me in a friendly manner as Ikuko, or if you prefer to call me Hachijo-san and keep things more formal.
Hachijo, Ikuko.
The Hachijo family owns a lot of land and is well known in these parts. Unlike my accomplished brothers, I'm what you might call a little eccentric. After I got into a bit too much mischief that was good for me, my parents finally ran out of patience and kicked me out. I'm now confined to this house. As a hobby, I like to read detective novels, and also to write them. My age is a single woman's secret. My heart is that of a girl, but I'm approaching the point where calling myself one would be increasingly absurd.
With the haze my mind was in, it was extremely hard to make out what she was talking about. However, I was able to pick up on the fact that she was trying to talk to me cheerfully.
So, what's your name?
My name. Logically, I know that being a human, I must have a name. And I do have the feeling that I did indeed have a name. However, no matter how hard I tried to remember what it was, it just made my head hurt.
Is there anything you can remember besides your name?
Who am I? My head, no, even my heart was a mess of torn flesh. And I couldn't remember a thing, not even who or what I was. But I must remember. I had some kind of purpose, or maybe a mission. In order to remember that, I first have to remember who I am. Who am I? What is my name? Where was I born, and what was my birthday? I need to remember something, anything. Age.
Age? That's my little secret.
18.
I look like I'm 18?
I'm 18.
Oh, so that was your age. Well now, I thought you were being a little too flattering.
When I asked myself how old I was, the number 18 floated into my mind. To be honest, I didn't really feel 18. My mind felt much younger than that, and my pathetic body felt much older.
I see. So, you're 18, and that's all you can remember?
I nodded weakly. I never knew that knowing nothing about yourself could make you feel so powerless.
In that case, until you remember your name, let's give you the name Toya, written with the characters for 18. Hachijo Toya. What do you think? Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Yes, I must say I've impressed myself very much with that one.
Hachijo, Ikuko, gave a satisfied laugh. From then on, I took the name Hachijo Toya. My inability to move my body was apparently due to a traffic accident. On that day, I had been hit by a car, and Ikuko had picked me up from where I lay on the street. If she hadn't hit the brakes, she probably would have driven straight onwards, thinking she'd run over a dead dog or something. Later on, I, perhaps rudely, suspected that the one who hit me might have been Ikuko herself, but when I saw her completely undamaged front bumper, I gave up on that theory. Hachijo Ikuko lived in a small but lovely mansion on top of a small hill in a village with a view of the sea. She also owned the hill behind her and was more than capable of enjoying the Four Seasons in privacy. As time passed slowly, my rehabilitation continued, and my ability to move improved little by little. However, it seemed I really had suffered some form of brain damage. Finding out who I was looked like it would be a very difficult task. In the beginning, when I couldn't bear not knowing my identity, my head often hurt so much it felt as though it would explode. However, as I slowly accepted the fact that I was a new person, with a new name of Hachijo Toya, the headaches became less frequent. The whole time, no memories returned to me except the fact that I had been 18. However, I was unable to remember any more, unable even to be sure that 18 was my true age. And eventually, I stopped trying to remember my former self.
Good morning, Toya. That was quite the storm last night. Were you able to sleep well?
I had some trouble falling asleep, so I decided to read your manuscript.
My. How far did you manage to get?
I finished it.
No, there's a surprise. You managed to read through all of that in a single night?
I was surprised too. Once I got into it, I'd finished it before I knew it. It was like I was skimming it, or maybe like I was reading each page in a glance.
It sounded like you have some talent. It sounds like you have some talent at speed reading. So, how was it? What did you think of it?
I liked it a lot. Still, if you don't explain that part about the ocean currents a bit more clearly, it might be a little unfair for the reader. Oh, but I thought it was great that you had the foreshadowing with the ring right there at the beginning. After I finished it, I had to go back to the beginning and slap myself for being so easily tricked. I think that feeling's the best part of a detective novel. Did I say something to offend you? If I did, I apologize.
Of course not. Why are you apologizing? I'm just shocked, that's all. The pertinence of your remarks is commendable. It seems you must also have some talent as a critic or a detective novel writer.
A detective novel writer. A critic. From across the fog of oblivion, I seem to remember myself fighting and arguing about mysteries, or something like that. That way of fighting, which I must have learned in the past, sent a surge of excitement through me. Mystery. Fighting. My head hurt. I accepted a painkiller and swallowed it with fresh water brought up from the well. Who am I, really? But no matter how much I thought, I couldn't remember. I was told that the frequency of my headaches could be lessened by brain surgery, but also that there was no guarantee that it would do my memory any good. IKUKO said that she would let me have surgery if I wanted it. However, I refused. Even if I can't remember it, the real me is still there, sleeping inside my head. I was scared that the surgery might harm that me somehow. By now, I've gotten used to dealing with headaches. As long as I don't force myself to remember the past, the headaches don't torment me every day. So, bit by bit, I became free of the headaches and got used to my new life as HACHIJO TOHYA. Gradually, my interest shifted from myself to IKUKO. HACHIJO IKUKO, a very strange woman. First off, she was apparently the daughter of a very well-off family, just as she had said. However, she was considerably eccentric, and the various mischievous incidents she spoke of had apparently gotten her within an inch of being disowned. As a result, she had been given this house and had been ordered to live here quietly and alone. She had never been a particularly social person, so she happily accepted this new state of affairs, living however she pleased with servants to take care of her. She had no friends. No one ever came to visit. Besides me, the only one she ever talked to was Bern, an old black cat she kept as a pet. I didn't know her real age. She didn't seem to be too old to marry yet, but she wasn't likely to meet anyone new leading an isolated life like this. Despite her insistence that she hadn't met anyone worth the trouble, I felt as though she'd already given up on marriage. Her everyday life changed very little. She would either read through the many detective novels that were brought to her, or else write detective novels herself. At first, I thought she was some novelist on a private retreat, plugging away at a new book. However, the manuscripts she finished just ended up clipped together in a pile. With me as the sole exception, it didn't look like she gave them to anyone else to read. A novelist is someone who writes novels for other people to read, so I figured you could hardly call her a novelist when she kept writing novels no one would ever read. Ikuko-san, why don't you ever show these to anyone?
I show them to you. Only the better ones, of course.
Haven't you ever thought of sending one to some publishing company? It's a shame for things to be this way when your works are so interesting.
My works can't stand up against the pros. I sent one in once, but it was absolutely no good. I understand my position. This is just an amateur's pastime.
I don't think amateur is a fitting word for someone who is so well versed in detective novels from all times and places across the world.
Being a big eater doesn't mean you'll make a good cook.
Whoops, sorry for slapping the mic.
Bern, get away from that. Reading every detective novel you get your hands on provides no guarantee of being a good detective novelist. That's how it is. That's why this is nothing more than a pastime.
Is it really fun to write novels that you won't show to anyone?
It used to be. Once.
What about now?
I like getting to hear your opinions. At any rate, I've finished writing the chapter. I'll go make some tea, so would you mind reading it again and sharing your thoughts with me?
Saying this with a smile, IKUKO thrust a pile of manuscript paper at me. When it comes to detective novels, reading and writing are the same. It's boring if you just do it by yourself. You only get something really precious when you share the world with someone else. Headache.
Tohya, are you okay? I'll go get some headache medicine.
I'm fine. I'm more interested in the manuscript. I can't wait for the new chapter. The seasons passed. Together with Ikuko, in this town whose name I didn't even know, I spent my days debating detective novels and talking about ideas for new plots. At a glance, they may have appeared to be stale and unproductive days. However, I found satisfaction with my new life as Hachijo Tohya.
And so, the curtain closes on the strange tale of Kurokubi Island. The end.
With a dramatic flourish of her fountain pen, Ikuko signified that her manuscript was now complete.
What do you think? I've tried using your plot to make Sujiko's tragic love scene at the end a bit more moving.
I think it's very good. I think the last farewell's sad enough to make it as moving as a story, not just a reasoning puzzle.
That's thanks to your plot. Compared to this work, everything I've written before now is worth little more than scrap paper. Even as I was writing it, I was excited to be the first person in the world who got to read it. I've never felt that before.
I just mentioned some ideas. You're the one who turned them into such a fascinating story, Ikuko-san. Before I knew it, she had roped me in as well, and I too had dipped my toe into the world of detective novel writing. Apparently, the old me had possessed some knowledge of mysteries and detective novels and the like, and my talent seemed to be of a fairly unorthodox kind. I turned famous mysteries from across the world on their head, always looking to twist those ideas into something new. However, a few ideas aren't enough to make a book. No meal is complete if all you do is chop up vegetables. It was thanks to Ikuko's writing, a skill she had built up over many years, that my ideas were transformed into a work of fiction. The first work that we had authored together, The Strange Tale of Kurokubi Island, had brought out the best of our individual quirks. And though I hate to brag, it had turned into a masterpiece that we could show to anyone without shame.
Hello? Please bring us some champagne. Bring a glass for yourself as well. This is the best work ever created within these walls. Let's celebrate.
Ikuko called for some champagne over the internal phone line. Joined by the servant who happened to be working that day and the cat Byrne, we raised our glasses high and toasted our accomplishment. Ikuko-san, I have an idea if you don't mind.
Let's hear it. This is never a wrong time for your ideas, as long as I'm not in the shower or on the can.
Why don't we try submitting our book? I've never read something this interesting before. I'm sure lots of other people will want to read it.
You think so? I tried once in the past, thinking the same thing, but the result was...
I believe in your talent, Ikuko-san. What about you?
Of course, I believe in your talent.
Then it's decided. To Ikuko-san's big debut.
To Tohya's big debut.
We clinked our glasses once more. The evening wore on. We must have had way too much to drink. Before I knew it, I must have passed out on the sofa. There was a blanket covering me. Ikuko-san must have put it there. The lights were out in the study, but it wasn't dark. The computer's monitor was glowing. Outside, it had started to rain. It reminded me of the day Ikuko-san found me and took me in. Because of that, whenever it rains, I find myself wondering who I was, and I usually get headaches. So I wasn't sure whether the pain was because of the rain or because I drank too much. Ikuko-san, turn on the lights. Using a computer in the dark is bad for your eyes.
Oh, did I wake you up?
No, I slept well. Thanks to that, I feel refreshed. I turned on the light and looked out through a gap in the curtains. As I thought, it was the sort of pouring rain that always reminded me of that day. It's raining pretty hard out there. The wind looks pretty strong, too. I hope the rain gutters don't get clogged with leaves again.
I just had them cleaned the other day, so they should be fine for a while.
Her answer sounded a little abstracted. Apparently her attention was absorbed by the computer. You've been pretty hooked by that computer lately, Ikuko-san. Did you find an interesting article or something?
It may be a bit juvenile, but it's still pretty interesting. You know that Rokenjima incident?
Rokenjima?
I told you about the Rokenjima mystery a few days ago, remember?
It's been really huge on the net lately. The discussions, theories, and especially the forgeries have been quite entertaining. The forgeries are stories with the premise that further message bottles signed by Ushiromiya Maria existed and washed up on one of the nearby islands.
Only too happy to share her knowledge of the subject, Ikuko continued her explanation at length. However, a huge bell was clanging inside my head. The noise was so great that I thought my head would split open. Unable to tell what the floor was and what was the floor and what was the ceiling, I crumpled and clutched at my head.
Toya, are you okay?
My head hurts.
The Rokenjima explosion accident, the many disquieting rumors surrounding it, the scheming of the relatives after Ushiromiya Kinzo's vast wealth and the hidden gold. And the truth? Ushiromiya Eva, the sole survivor, said nothing. Eventually, the granddaughter, Ushiromiya Ange, who escaped harm because she was absent on that day, would inherit everything. Ange, Ushiromiya Ange! I am Ushiromiya... No good. My head is splitting. An incomprehensible scene pierced my eyelids from inside like a blade of light. Just what am I looking at? Who are these people calling to me, but not by the name Tohya? Who am I? Who are these people? What is this memory? Help me, Ikuko. Someone else's memory is hurting me. My head's splitting. I can hear the sorrowful sound of the wind. And that must be rain. Who am I again? I am Ushiromiya. Ange! Please say something! Voices calling to me. Dad and Mom. It can't be them. In 1986, on Rokenjima, Mom and Dad. Ange, hang in there! Can you hear Daddy's voice? Please say something! Ange! Dad, I'll say it out loud. Mom, Dad. Ange! Thank goodness. I could feel my body being lifted up firmly and hugged roughly. Mom and Dad were hugging me. My eyelids had been open for a while now. I could feel the light slowly returning to my eyes. Just like your eyes get used to the dark, my eyes got used to the light, and bit by bit, the scene around me came into view. However, it was an unusual sight, which seemed to be very far away. My body was being hugged by Mom and Dad. Dad was sniffling, his face covered with tears. There were tears in Mom's eyes too as she hugged me tight. It was so strong that it hurt a bit. I was the bad kid who wasn't obedient, who always had an excuse, and who always tried to do the opposite of what her parents said. That was why they were holding me tight, to make sure I didn't head down the wrong path. As my eyes adjusted, I could see other people besides my parents. Everyone was there. Giorgio Oni-chan, Jessica Oni-chan, Maria Oni-chan, my uncles and aunts, even Sakutaro. And then there was the witch Virgilia and Ronove and...
Where?
You were fortunate. By chance, we found you drifting in the waves of the Sea of Emptiness. You were in a terrible state. It took much time to make you remember your true form.
Beatrice. So this is... the Golden Land. Your whole family's been waiting for you to return.
We knew that you would come home. Did I come home because I was supposed to? Didn't I return to the form I was meant to have, and then...
No, you did come home.
That's right. You made it back here because you wanted to come home with us. Dad. Mom. You don't need to say anything. You've been on a great and terrible journey, haven't you? You took that journey all by yourself.
You understand now, don't you? You won't forget again?
I understand. Dad.
This is a place that you can always call home.
I know. When I gave that answer, Mom and Dad hugged me again. Hot tears fell onto my face. They were Mom and Dad's tears.
All right might not be the best way to put it, but I'm so glad. Glad you came home.
Aunt Ava.
Feel free to hate me as much as you want, but give your mom and dad a million kisses. Give a kiss to everyone who cared about you so much.
Aunt Ava. And say I'm home to your other mother. Mom gave me a push from behind, and I stumbled forwards, towards my other mother. Ava! Mom!
Ange'S,
If only I'd called you that on that day, I might never have messed up. We might have been able to create a new world together.
it's in the past now. You've come home. You don't need to say anything else.
Mom. Mom.
Welcome home, Ange'S. You're my precious daughter.
Mom. You were always, to the very end, the one looking out for me the most. The two of them hugged each other quietly, burying their faces in the other's shoulders and sobbing. The truth wasn't worth anything at all. In the first place, the truth is always in the past. The point of the future isn't to learn what happened in the past. What really matters is whether I truly live and prosper in the truth that is the now. How can there be any truth in a life not truly lived? Back when I only ever tried to see the truth of the past, I was nothing more than a ghost trapped in that past. Since that time, I haven't lived a single day. Now, I truly understand. This is what real truth is. I will live, and I will remember how much everyone loved me. Because I was young and selfish, I didn't even remember until now. The kind grandpa who always spoiled me. The entertaining aunts and uncles. All of the kind and gentle servants. It was always warm. And yet, because I was young and cruel, I never even tried to retain any of those memories. Everyone was distorted by my irresponsible imagination, and I completely forgot how things were. Now, I can remember clearly, and I understand. It's true that the Halloween quiz party itself was an illusion. We never did anything like that, but there were all kinds of other fun things we did do when the relatives gathered. Things that were no more or less fun than this party. Then, for the first time since the start of the game, I went up to each and every one of them to greet them, thank them, and apologize. To thank Grandpa for always pampering me. To thank my aunts and uncles. To thank the cousins for always playing with me, even though I was so selfish. Digimaniac33 with the $10. Welcome home, Ange. Thank you. And to thank the creatures of fantasy and apologize to them. I think I said something horrible to Sakutaro once in the past. And to Maria One-chan too.
Mira with the $5. Ange learning the harsh truth and the loving truth was important for her to move on. Keep living and welcome home, Ange.
Maria One-chan, you really were a witch, weren't you?
I've always been a witch. You approached that level yourself once, didn't you?
No, I never really understood. I felt sorry for you and your magic. I could only feel sorry for you. So I couldn't pick up a fragment of happiness. Couldn't even find one. You told me that yourself once, One-chan.
It can't be helped. It takes two to create a universe. I had Beato, but you were all alone.
No. If only I could have called Aunt Ava Mom, there would have been two of us. I'm sure if I'd been able to create a new world with the same magic you used, Maria One-chan.
All of it is my fault. The message bottles I threw into the sea for fun caused a distortion in your future and wore you down. I bear responsibility for that.
Yeah, seriously. It's all because of your message bottles. Because of those, people started copying you and making forgeries, growing the story into something crazy. However, the message bottles thrown into the sea by Beato did not name a specific person as the culprit. One of the forgers wrote a plausible forgery that had Ushirimiya Eva as the culprit, which spread like wildfire. I should have known better than anyone that it couldn't possibly be true, but even I accepted it in the end. It isn't your fault, Beato. No matter how many people around me had their baseless suspicions, there should have been only one truth inside of me. And yet so easily, I abandoned my warm memories of all of you, and I surrendered my heart to them.
Menla with the $5. Hey, does anyone remember whose idea it was that Ange must absolutely not call Ava's mom? Yep. You guys see now why I said before that I do think that narratively, like, Burn does literally represent, like, Ange's own desire to die. Like, I think it is, like, Burn is literally, like, aside from, obviously, Ikuko's cat, like, Burn, metaphorically within the story, I do literally think is a stand-in for, like, suicidal ideation.
No. If I had not thrown the message bottles, future Rokenshima would never have become a flourishing ground for such bizarre misconceptions. I bear responsibility for it all.
True. That's right, it really is your fault after all.
But it's a little irritating to hear you say it so boldly. I changed my mind. You have your share of the blame as well.
Yeah, you're right. You were at fault and so was I. Still, be stupid for us to attack each other. After all, I'm a witch of the future. You're a witch of the past. I should be using that magic to build my future. We both bear responsibility in some way, but neither of us has the right to blame the other.
I knew you could do it, Ange. I knew you'd be able to understand Mariage Sorcier's teachings.
You're right. As the final member of Mariage Sorcier, it's my responsibility to pass on your magic.
My magic can make everyone happy.
Indeed. You have both pure magic and wicked magic at your fingertips.
That's true. Maria can change completely depending on your...
Magic can change completely depending on your heart.
I mean, that's also true. But not what I thought you were gonna say.
You can't use magic properly without the proper guidance. And proper magic can guide people to happiness. It's a wonderful thing. Bringing people happiness is the sole reason that witches wield magic. I'm very pleased that we were finally able to pass on this lesson to the last in the line of endless witches.
Sorry for failing to pass it down myself at all.
Witch of the Future, Ange Beatrice. I hereby retract your expulsion from Mariage Sorcier. Lydia, I knew Ange would come back.
Congratulations, Ange-sama!
Back in the days when I traveled together with you all, I remembered thinking I understood all this, but I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Witches cannot create a universe unless there are two.
In the future, you will be alone. Will you really be okay?
Yeah, I'll be okay. I'm not alone anymore. I'll live with everyone. And I'll live in the future. I swear to keep living, so that I can keep on so I can pass on the magic of Mariage Sorcière. Maria One-chan's magic has saved me too. There are a lot of people out there who need magic. Teaching it the right way and saving as many people as I can is my mission as the final witch of Mariage Sorcière.
Will you truly be able to do so?
Of course. I have the power to do it. There's the golden magic that my predecessor, Eva Beatrice, spent so much time building. I've inherited all of that, right?
If only my health had held out a little longer, I was planning to spend all of it on myself.
As Ange laughed, tears poured from her eyes again. Everyone surrounded Ange with their kind, warm smiles. Battler stood alone in the rose garden maze, letting the rain quietly fall on him. After searching for some time, Ange found him. Oni-chan. Ange, who was feeling guilty, sensed anger in her brother's expression, so she thought he was going to hit her. She shut her eyes tight. However, her brother touched her softly. He patted her head gently.
See?
Bailey with the $10. Don't be afraid of being happy. Becoming happy isn't the same as accepting your current misfortune. It means creating a new happiness within that misfortune. That is the magic of origins.
The truth. Wasn't anything important, was it?
No, it wasn't. Even though you were here, waiting for me to come home in such a warm world, I had my back turned the whole time.
You learned the truth.
Yeah.
So any hopes you had of someone miraculously surviving and coming back have been crushed. However, you now have a new mission, and a new hope to help you live in the future.
You kept those precious hopes safe for me. And I opened the box with my own hands and let them all escape. It turned out worse than Pandora's box. A truth I didn't need to know flew out of the box along with all of my hopes, leaving nothing inside but empty space.
That's okay. It's open now, and that's that. An empty box isn't so bad. It's a clean slate, a fresh start. And anyway, if you're harboring false hopes, sometimes it's just better to pull out the thorn.
Battler laughed heartily. Then, with that same smile on his face, he told her.
We're already dead.
Yeah.
You've lived 12 years on the hope that we might still be alive. Not anymore. That's over and done with.
Yeah. I know. Starting now, I'll step forward into a new life.
Beato put Rokenjima in the cat box. The next witch, Auntie Ava, guarded the lid of the cat box her whole life. The witch after that was you, and you opened that lid. But so what? What does the truth of the past matter?
Yeah. From now on, I'll truly live, and I'll make my own personal truth prosper.
Good luck. Final Witch of Mariage Sorcière. I've read Maria's grimoire. It's a great book. There's some really good stuff written in it. Even the Bible needs a translator, so Maria's grimoire probably needs one too. You'll be that translator. You've got to teach it to the kids who are in the position you once were. That's your mission as the new Witch of the Future.
Yeah.
I'm gone. But I will always be behind you, watching over you.
I know. And not just you. Everyone else too.
We all love you. And we'll love you forever and ever. Don't forget that.
I won't. Never, never, ever.
Ange leapt into Battler's chest and sobbed. Humans are sad creatures who can learn but not unlearn. She had already learned. It was a cruel, terrifying, merciless thing, capable of destroying even the miracle called hope. However, there was still one tiny fragment left gripped in her hand. Her family's love. If Ange could just remember that love and hold on to it tightly, then she could surely live on. She could stop herself from taking that single step into nothingness.
Besides, the Rokenjima cat box hasn't yet been opened completely. You've just taken a peek at what's inside. So now, you must be the lid yourself. And this time, you'll be the one to protect everyone inside the cat box. Me and Dad and Curious-san, the cousins and the uncles and the aunts, grandfather and the servants, and all of the fantasy people.
Yeah. This time, I have to protect everyone.
Then shouldn't you hurry up a bit?
From the other side of a rosebush came the sound of popcorn being eaten. It was Lambda Delta.
I'm pretty sure you know this, but Byrne is just about to hold a big party for the Book of the Single Truth. She's gathered beings from heaven and from hell, from the spirit world and the parallel worlds. If she announces what's in the book in a place like that, it'll all be too late, won't it?
I'm going. I gave Byrne Castell that key. It's my responsibility. I'll go and bring it back.
The City of Books, is it? But there's no way for us to get in. There's a barrier around that place.
She gave me this. With it, I can come and go as I please. What an idiot. She forgot to collect it when she threw me away. Ange fished through her pocket and there was a jingling sound. It was a bell with a blue ribbon tied to it.
That's it. One of those temporary entry passes you get when you turn in your invitation. As long as you have that, at least one of you will be able to get into the City of Books. Well, as long as someone takes you across the Sea of Fragments first.
Lambda Delta, take me to the City of Books.
Ange,
This is my way of taking responsibility. I'll see that the Book of the Single Truth isn't made public.
Are you serious? That place is a den of monsters among monsters. Now that you've lost Byrne's protection, you'll be weaker than a fly. You'll be smushed and that'll be the end of you.
The bell was stolen from Ange's hands.
Lambda Delta, I'll go there. I just need you to take me and send me on my way. I'm an empty creature anyway, unable to exist outside the cat box. Ange, on the other hand, has to live on into the future. And you're also a person with a future. So I'll go. I have nothing to lose.
No! This is my responsibility, my way of making up for what I did! If I don't do it myself, the future won't change at all, and I won't be able to save the cat box of the future. Ange tried to snatch the bell from Battler's hand, but Battler had no intention of giving it up. The two of them were grimly serious, but from the sidelines it just looked like an ordinary squabble between two close siblings. Lambda Delta watched this conversation and shrugged. If she had to take just either one of them to the City of Books, she wouldn't have to make any enemies, and there was no risk to her. All she cared about was which one would make the story more interesting. Nothing else. But then, she finally noticed.
Hold on. Hold on a sec, you two. Hold on.
What's your problem? Save it for later!
We're having an important sibling discussion here.
Okay, first off, let go of each other. Battler's holding the bell right now, right? Jump, Battler.
Jump? Like... this?
Jingle, jingle.
You next, Ange. Try jumping.
But why me as well? Jingle, jingle. Huh? What? Why? If Battler was holding the bell, where did that sound come from? Ange hurriedly searched through her pockets. When she did, another blue-ribboned bell came out of a different pocket than the first one.
These are the same, aren't they?
No way. Why are there two? I was only given one of them.
I don't know why. But the point is, you've got two bells that'll get you into the City of Books. Therefore, I don't have to sit here and watch the two of you play with each other anymore.
The pair of them gripped their bells and looked at each other.
From the very beginning, this game has belonged to the two of you. There's just been a slight change in who the opponent is. This game isn't a competition between you two. It's a fight over the cat box with you two who want to close the lid on one team and Byrne who wants it opened on the other. Ange's moved from Byrne's team to Battler's team. That's all there is to it.
Lambda Delta, take us to the City of Books.
I hope you know I'm just taking you there. After that, I'm done being anything but a spectator. I'm just gonna be sitting nearby and watching to see exactly how you both fight what you do and how Burn's gonna make mincemeat out of you both.
Lambda Delta, thank you!
Oh yeah, I can tell. I have a certain point that I want to get to before we stop. It's going to be in the middle of a chapter, but yeah, I can tell that this one's going to be probably shorter as well. The next one's definitely going to be shorter, but this one's also probably going to be a bit shorter. Because I don't think we're, like, super far from where I want to stop for tonight, but we'll see. Shannon and Canon stood guard in front of the door to the Golden Land. They glared quietly and fearlessly at the eerie fleet of ships across the horizon. Shannon slowly lifted her hands. Canon also raised his right hand, and a blade that trailed red appeared there.
Stop right there. I forbid you to come any closer.
If you do, then I'll kill you.
They could see a single dinghy leave the fleet and approach them. They couldn't tell if it was a messenger or the first wave. Shannon and Canon watched it cautiously. At the head of that dinghy, rowed by goats, stood Erica. Where had she gotten that headgear from? Maybe she was trying to act the part of the fleet's leader. The object on top of Erica's head, as she glared at them with an audacious smile, appeared to be that of a pirate hat.
I've come to deliver our terms. There will be room for negotiation. Please open the gate.
Shannon and Canon looked at each other. Erica was the one offering this deal. It wasn't likely to be anything agreeable. However, if they turned her away, the attack would probably begin at once. Since they were in a firmly inferior position, they wanted to buy time by any means they could. At Shannon's nod, Canon erased his sword. The Golden Land was filled with a hard downpour accompanied by occasional thunder. Realizing that this weather spoke for their emotions, Erica smiled even more boldly. At the center of the Golden Land was the arbor surrounded by the Golden Rose Garden. A large number of humans and fantasy creatures were there, arguing about something. Even without asking, it was easy to guess the nature of the debate by their anguished expressions. After all, in this life-or-death situation, they didn't have many options they could take. In the direction Erica was being led, with her goat guards alongside her, Beato stood waiting, accompanied by the Chiester sisters' troops. Noticing Beato, Erica gave a bow that at least appeared graceful. Beato followed suit and gave the sort of graceful bow that was rarely seen from her.
I am Beatrice, the Golden and Endless Witch, and Master of the Golden Land. Announce yourself.
As though hinting that she was more than ready to go through with this farce, Beato introduced herself boldly and requested that Erica do the same.
We've been dispatched from the Great Witch of Theater-going drama and spectating's noble city of carefully selected books. I'm the Witch of Truth, the commander of the library fleet, which is committed to bestowing honor and protection to books.
Wow, couldn't even get it out gracefully, could you?
Shut up! I have a hat. Respect the hat. I'm not crying. My name is Furudo Erica. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Shall we get down to business? You ought to celebrate. We of the library fleet, dedicated to offering honor and protection to books, have come to bring good news to you all. First, I would like to announce that after careful selection, the City of Books has acknowledged and accepted the game board created by the Endless Witch Beatrice as a great and honorable book.
Oh, that is indeed a great honor.
This game board is profoundly entertaining and an original masterpiece worthy of close study. It deserves to be released for all of our subjects to read. And so, the City of Books has ordered us to grant eternal honor and protection to this game board.
This is all quite long and boring. Get to the point.
We demand that you hand the entirety of this game board over to the Honorable City of Books. Doing so will give this board and its pieces the greatest honor and protection imaginable. And if we refuse, you will be prosecuted for the crime of monopolizing a great cultural artifact that ought to be shared among all of your our subjects. We are here to notify you of the impending assault, one which will be waged by us to protect the benefits that are the rightful property of all subjects, not yours alone. Are you not concerned that the shared property of all subjects might be destroyed in this assault of yours? According to the Great Library Protective Regulations, should a criminal guilty of monopolization of a cultural artifact attempt to hold the aforementioned hostage in a refusal to surrender, the executive fleet may prioritize arrest over its protective duties, provided that they obtain permission from the Great Court. Of course, we already have obtained the Great Court's written authorization. I imagine the word arrest is closely followed by dead or alive, am I right? My. I'm impressed that you can read those tiny letters. Now enough fooling around. Let's hear your answer. What do we have to gain by accepting your conditions? Both of us will be saved a troublesome task. Furthermore, your brave and noble acts will be written down as a glorious final chapter in the City of Books. You do understand, right? You have no chance of winning. This won't even be a fight. It will just be you sitting there at the bottom of a well looking up at the rocks being dropped on you. So you claim that my only option is to decide how the library witches write of in my final moments.
The library witches, rather. A title.
The rest is up to you. If you treasure this game board, you ought to surrender. The pieces will be treasured by our many subjects for all time, and will be able to continue their roles on into eternity. In other words, the tragedies I created at will shall continue forevermore. How is that any different from what you've been doing so far? It isn't. Is there anything else? If not, allow me to give you my answer. Go ahead.
Erica tensed slightly. After all, this was the great Lady Beatrice she was dealing with. She might shout, "Here is my answer," dramatically and do something crazy. They say a cornered rat is the most dangerous. Furthermore, Erica had intel telling her that the great Lady Lambda Delta, Witch of the Senate, had been spending her time inside the Golden Land, though only as a theater-goer. Erica needed to carry out this noble task that her master had assigned her, and she needed to carry it out perfectly. If she was honest, she wanted to make Beato raise a white flag, even by trickery if necessary. So even though this was a farce, she held back from giving any unneeded provocation. She gulped and tried to size Beato up. And then, with a pathetic expression on her face, Beato let out a sigh.
I'll be honest. The truth is,
I'm tired.
what do you mean by that?
My game has already achieved its purpose when my fight with Battler ended. And yet for various reasons, the game has repeated several times since then. To be perfectly honest, I'm tired of it.
To be honest, I certainly didn't expect that answer. So, you want to surrender? Really?
Simply put, I don't care either way. It doesn't matter whether I surrender or whether we're vanquished by you. I simply wish to have the curtain closed on this game board and tale, regardless of who does the deed. Of course, that was a lie. She knew that she couldn't win even if she fought. For now, their best option was to play for time. They would fix Erica's attention to this spot, and during that time, Battler and the others would steal the key from Bernkastel while she was completely off her guard. Once they had the key, they would return to the Golden Land, use that key to let Ange open the door to the future and see her off. That was their goal. Everything after that would be inside the cat box. Ange would live on into the future with hope. No one would know whether Beato and the others were alive or dead. That was enough. The only strategy Beato and the others could use to achieve this was to buy time.
If you do surrender, it may be a bit of an anticlimax, but it will save me a lot of trouble.
But, well...
It is not so simple. You see, and this is just between you and me, as you may know, the Great Lady Lambda Delta is staying here. She is, you see, pushing us to show her a dramatic climax. That's a pretty cruel whim to force on someone. How are a few wimpy people like you, the dregs of an already solved puzzle, supposed to fight against our fleet, with its hundreds of thousands of troops? Very true, very true. The gap in our strength is overwhelming. We told her that it wouldn't even be a fair fight, but, well,
Lady Lambda Delta didn't listen, just said that she would bring some of her friends to support us, so we should fight with everything we had.
Lady Lambda Delta's friends?
Unlike Bernkastel, who kept to herself, Lambda Delta had many friends. Her friends and patrons were all formidable, including monsters that had become legends in their own lifetimes, and territory lords commanding vast influence over their respective domains. In all seriousness, her fan club, as she so called it, had enough size and influence that no one would have been overly surprised if it had suddenly declared itself an independent nation right in the middle of the Sea of Fragments.
To our dismay, Lady Lambda Delta is very much ready for action. Without any regard for us, she keeps calling up friends and acquaintances on the phone from all over the place, telling them to come over.
Of course, this was all a lie. Lambda Delta had turned into a small candy comet and was now shooting towards the City of Books with Battler and Ange in tow. So to make sure that Lambda Delta's and Battler's absences were not noticed, everyone was crowded around the arbor, pretending to argue furiously with each other.
Battler-sama, give us your decision. We, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, are prepared for death at any time.
I firmly oppose taking a last stand that would lead to our deaths.
What could possibly be gained by dying?
How can you be such a coward? It is inconceivable that we should live on in shame as prisoners.
There are times when the mere fact of being alive gives one opportunities.
Yes, indeed. A short temper makes a bad leader.
Battler, if you call yourself a man, now's the time to act like one. The great Lambda Delta-sama is even willing to help you out, right?
I agree. These are the times when a man has to make a tough decision.
In many cases, the timing of a decision is more valuable than the decision itself.
If we surrender, they might not be violent.
You can't be serious. Weren't you supposed to be a lion and a male one too? Where are your fangs now?
If death awaits us regardless, I'd rather die as a wolf than as a pig.
Are you stupid? Are you saying you want to die like a dog?
It all depends on the strength of the support Lambda Delta-san can provide.
Lambda Delta-san, are your friends really strong enough to win against them?
It's a gamble. Do we surrender and die, or do we take a gamble and die by losing?
Interesting. In that case, our chances for survival might be higher if we gamble on it.
An honorable surrender will surely cause the Great Court to show mercy.
They're backed by the Senate, aren't they? Sure, they'll hem and haw, but we'll all see the guillotine in the end.
Anyway, let's all calm down. Cool your heads. I'm opposed to letting our emotions control us.
Why don't we calm down first? Why don't you calm down first? We have another possible strategy. Mutually assured destruction. We might not be able to win, but if we can convince them that we plan on taking enough of them with us, that might force our opponents to show restraint.
Basically, if they're gonna pick a fight, we'll let them know that we aren't going down without doing some damage first.
All of Lambda Delta's friends are incredible. She knows lots and lots of witches, beasts, demons, and gods, all of which have really, really huge legends and histories. Even if their ships outnumbered the stars in the sky, Lambda Delta's friends would wipe them out in a single blast.
Will this really work? She hasn't seen through our act yet, has she? It is working. You must speak more forcefully as well. Do not worry about politeness.
Enough, you gutless swine! Do you like the backbone to finish with a bang?
Hold on! Don't forget that some of us are opposed to fighting. I think we should surrender.
What? Goda, you defeatist fool! Ouch! My lord, it's just an act!
Well, it looks like the debate has gotten quite heated.
Will we surrender, or will we fight back? Which will it be? Nobody knows!
Personally speaking, I would like to surrender. If my purpose is to come to an end in any event, I would prefer that my game board be preserved the way I made it. I could not bear to have Lady Lambda Delta continue to use it however she pleases.
We don't want that either. I came here to fight you, but I'm no match for Lady Lambda Delta's friends.
Secretly, Erica was getting worried at these complicated developments, and she was relieved that she hadn't pushed too hard earlier on. She wanted to curry favor with Beato and end this bloodless takeover. In this with a bloodless takeover, even the great Lady Lambda Delta probably wouldn't seriously think of picking a fight with the Senate. Her motive was probably something much more trivial, a simple desire to watch the game board's final fireworks from a front row seat. However, if she really did have some fireworks of her own prepared, it was at least possible that this could turn into a ruckus that Erika would have no chance of quelling. Beato saw all of this going on in Erika's mind, so she continued to act with an even more pathetic expression on her face. Even among witches, her acting ability was top-notch.
Might you be willing to lend us some of your strength, so that my game board's beauty will be preserved? Yes, it was a great error to invite that busybody as a guest.
I understand. I'd like to end this quietly too, if I can. So, how can we work together?
For some time now, we've been arguing over whether we should surrender or resist. I intend to return to the debate myself to propose that we surrender and ask Lady Lambda-Delta not to do anything that might destroy the game board.
That would please me very much. So, what should I do?
I would like you to guarantee that we have the necessary time to debate the matter. After all, your ships are surrounding and pressuring us at the moment. Everyone is so tense at the thought that we may be attacked at any time that they're falling apart. So, if you guarantee that we'll have enough time to discuss this amongst ourselves, everyone will surely be able to keep their composure during that time. Furthermore, I will have enough time to convince Lady Lambda-Delta.
Very well. About how long do you need? Would you be gracious and avoid giving a specific time limit?
If a time limit is imposed, everyone will fall apart again at the limit as the limit nears, possibly leading to an agitated decision.
You have a point there. The most important thing about a fuse is whether it's lit or not. The length of this fuse is a trivial matter.
In that case, will you give us the time that we need?
Understood. I guarantee that you will have time to discuss it. However, that time will not be unlimited. I will wait here and listen in on your discussion.
Well, as far as that goes, it is true that your mere presence here has everyone on edge.
I've already made my concessions. Isn't it your turn now?
They were some distance away from the arbor, but still just about close enough that one could get a general idea of what was going on. It might just barely be possible to hide the fact that Battler and Lambda-Delta were missing. To convincingly pretend to be engaged in a white-hot argument in gridlock, but absolutely nothing was safe at this distance. If it were possible, they would rather have kept Erika waiting much farther away. They had planned to set up a seat of honor for their guest at one of the far corners of this garden maze.
Is there some sort of problem?
Oh, okay. Don't make such a scary face. In that case, please wait here. This is, the confidential conference, so you must, come no closer than this line.
Beato drew a line in the ground with her foot.
Help them see me in a good light. If it's clear that I have obtained a generous agreement from you, there will be a powerful weapon in my hands in the debate.
Could I get a chair?
Yes, of course. Chester troops, please bring Miss Erika a chair and umbrella at once. And a hand towel, too. I'll wipe it nice and clean for you.
Milady, have there been any developments in our negotiations?
If anything's certain, it's that I'll be winning this year's prize for Best Actress.
That's our Beatrice-sama.
All we can do is argue fiercely, squabble amongst ourselves, and make it look like things will turn for the worse if negotiations break down.
Indeed. What we begin now is a fight as important as any other, to support Battler's group.
Get yourselves ready, everyone. Let us argue and insult with all we have. Got it?
Yes, my lord.
The sight of Goda, his cheek red and swollen from being pinched, made everyone snort, but they quickly covered their mouths and put fingers to their lips. Then, everyone nodded at each other, and the fake argument resumed. Erika was sitting in the chair that the Chester sisters had brought her, filling a goat in on the details of the negotiation. The goat would probably return and tell the rest of the fleet. The fleet would tell Bernkastel, and Bernkastel might think of some plan to deal with the situation or give new orders. The conversation with the goat ended, and it spun around. It would return to the dinghy and report this to the fleet. It left the rose bushes behind and passed through the garden maze, heading towards the door that led outside. Our Habaki game with the $2, Nightmare Blunt Rotation, Goated Argument Rotation. Oh, Jesus Christ. Would it really be okay to let the goat reach the boats? If it made it back, Erika's report would reach Bernkastel's ears. The Chiester sisters spoke through a secret channel that only they could use.
2 seconds, nya. Won't even be a sound, nya. It's just about to leave Erica's sphere of awareness. Can't assassinate until it's in the range of the goat boatman. ETA 10 seconds.
Lady Beatrice, permission to assassinate. We can do it. Erica will sense nothing.
You do not have permission. Do you think an envoy would leave their boat without setting a time limit? The fleet probably has orders to attack if it isn't contacted within a certain period of time. Let that goat go.
00, understood. The goat passed through the door. Then, after receiving a silent bow from Shannon and Canon, it got on the dinghy and returned to the fleet. The fleet would probably follow Erica's orders and stand by until an attack order was given. That gave the residents of the Golden Land a chance to assassinate Erica, but of course, that wasn't going to be possible, practically speaking. She was Bernkastel's greatest underling, and a witch who controlled the truth. Tricking her was all they could hope for. Anything else would be wishful thinking.
Why don't you all have a seat too?
You need have no worries about us, ma'am. Without any hint that she had been talking about assassinations, 00 stood upright with her hands clasped behind her back. Surrender, or resist until the end. The false argument resumed. Just how well and how long would they be able to trick Erica? Yes, the final fight for the Golden Land had already begun.
Butler, you can count on us to handle things here. It's time for you and Ange to take this final game back.
This is one freakishly huge library.
I've heard that each one of these books has a tale like ours inside of it.
After all, this is a world of gods.
You can tell at a glance it's not a place for the likes of you guys, right?
After passing through the barrier, the three of them had finally made it inside the City of Books. For some time, they were overcome by the countless otherworldly sights before them, but they quickly remembered their original objective.
Okay, listen up. First off, don't get the wrong idea. You two came here to fight Byrne, but that doesn't mean walking up to her and attacking her directly, okay?
We know.
In the first place, you were only able to fight the Great Beatrice on an even footing because the game board protected you with rules that made it that way. If you leave the game board, you're more like something that'll leave a small stain on her palm when she swats you. Don't forget that, got it?
Makes sense. This isn't the game board we're familiar with.
We didn't come here to fight. We came here to take something back with us.
Exactly. You're here to prevent the Book of the Single Truth from being exposed to the public. That's your only goal, your only fight. You'd better not be confused about that.
Battler and Ange nodded to show their understanding.
The Book of the Single Truth itself is being displayed openly in the middle of the party, so stealing that'll be impossible. However, bringing in the key is a big part of the ceremony.
Which means the key must be stored in a different place.
But there's no guarantee that it'll be undefended.
After that, it's all up to your luck. I hope it's good, for your sakes. Hide!
Lambda Delta pulled her head back from around the corner of a bookshelf. The others hurriedly followed suit. In the distance, they saw emerald green lights floating about and leaving trails.
Those are Byrne's cat familiars. She's got them patrolling all over the place today.
Did she guess that we would come?
No. Don't forget how huge this place is. Those are staff cats, out looking for nitwit guests who've gotten lost so they can be taken to the lost children area.
And that's not where we want to go at the moment.
It looks like one... If it looks like one is about to find us, should we take them out?
I'd advise against it. Maybe if this were some other territory or game board. But this is Byrne's home base. That single cat should make you as scared as being surrounded by a crowd of vicious beasts. Plus, they're cats. They got good senses, and they'll call for friends. If they spot you, you'd better be prepared for what comes next. I'm not gonna save you. Just taking you here has been troublesome enough. As for me, if I surrender, I might get off the hook with being stripped naked and put through 100 years of all the worst kinds of puke spittle fragments. How wonderful. I think I can sympathize with Burn's feelings a bit now.
Lambda Delta wasn't laughing. Most likely, even this punishment she spoke of was pretty optimistic. Despite saying that she won't offer any more help, she's already risking everything. And for what?
Isn't that obvious?
Lambda Delta brushed her hair back and grinned.
It's because you're gonna show me the perfect happy ending.
Lambda Delta hugged their heads at the same time, making their foreheads bonk together.
You'd better show me. For certain.
Yeah, we'll show you. A certain happy ending.
We'll certainly take this cat box back!
Oh boy.
Let's go. This way. And swim quietly.
The three of them swam out into the darkness of the deep ocean trench that was the City of Books. In that massive, vast trench of bookshelves, they vanished into the darkness almost immediately. The library defied the common sense of the human world. The City of Books. The word city was no exaggeration, and it was filled with the green, glowing eyes of Bernkastel's countless cat familiars. Trying to count them would be almost as crazy as counting all the fish in the ocean. They formed schools that swam all over the place, on the lookout for any fools who might miraculously have managed to slip in and disturb their master's party. If Battler's group was found, the cats would report it instantly. They would probably form a pack, open their large mouths, and swallow them in a single gulp. There would be no fight. In this place, Battler's party would be swallowed like tiny fishes if they were discovered. The warships surrounding the Golden Land were well more than 100 strong. Each of them had dozens of cannons pointing at the door to the Golden Land. The goats that packed the decks of all the ships numbered in the tens of thousands. Each one of them carried anti-magic toxin in their fangs, potent enough to completely deny each of the game board pieces one by one. This time, they would chew apart and eat away everything. The crowd of goats unleashed their rotten breath and dangling drool. At that time, Erica, who wanted to avoid trouble and hoped Beato would be able to convince Lambda Delta to surrender peacefully, was sitting alone, calmly enjoying the tea Runaway had poured for her. Of course, even Erica wasn't planning to give them unlimited time. In her mind, she had already decided to allow them 3 yawns before stepping in.
This isn't actually so bad. Getting to watch Beato try and convince everyone as they call her a coward and a loser.
Indeed, it is impressive that our short-tempered mistress has managed to become such an adult.
What's so funny?
Oh, pardon me. Are you ready for another cup? Please feel free to enjoy our collection of great teas from across the globe at your leisure.
Lambda is leading Beato's side into an all-out resistance? And she's gathering her friends? Is this a joke?
The messenger cat shook its head and continued to dispassionately meow its report.
Even Lambda isn't that stupid. She should know what it means to have Ao as her enemy.
Even as she said this, Bernkastel was chewing away at her thumbnail.
Despite how she looks, that kid has a lot of strange friends. Absolute monsters who love just to meddle. But even so, to take up arms against the Senate...
It was possible. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. She could think of many monsters among Lambda Delta's friends who would love to see a losing side get support and make a comeback victory. Before she realized it, the finger Bernkastel was biting was covered with sweat.
She might do it. She really is a moron sometimes after all. Get me a phone, quickly!
The cat leapt away, then flew back with the phone and receiver.
Better call up her friends. I have to warn them not to get involved in this stupid game. Phone numbers. Why don't I have any phone numbers saved in here? Oh, right. I have no friends. How were you supposed to greet people over the phone? Does hello work?
Meow.
The golden key was being kept in a room inside the City of Books. However, perhaps room wasn't a fitting word to use. It was large enough that you could probably fit 2 domed baseball stadiums in it on top of the other. Even so, in this city, these were called rooms. Floating in the center of this vast room were several sacred magical circles. Wrapped around by these magic circles was Ange'S gold key. Surrounding this were countless emerald green stars, which looked like a slowly revolving planetarium. Those eyes, as numerous as the stars, were all glaring in the same direction.
Come on, don't look at me like that. I'm on your side, did you forget?
One of the cats kitty-paddled towards Ava, meowing that no one was allowed to enter this room.
Lady Bernkastel had offered me to guard that key. So why don't you leave this to me and get lost?
After looking at each other with suspicious eyes, the cats glared at Ava again as though saying they hadn't heard of any such order.
By the way, cats have pretty soft bodies, don't they?
Yeah.
Much easier to chew that way.
Ava lifted up her golden staff, and a circular pattern of red lines covered the floor and ceiling of the vast room. The reaction from the cats was lightning fast. They realized instantly that this was hostile behavior. The entire emerald green constellation writhed and became a single massive deep-sea fish, which charged at Ava with its massive mouth open wide. However, at the same time, the red lines, the massive spiderwebs, on the floor and ceiling came crashing together and crushed the fish, twisted it, spun around, and compressed it into the size of a small ball. Then, that ball-shaped thing burst open, leaving nothing left. It all happened in an instant.
Why don't you just give up and die forever?
The witch hunters were holding a convention in the event hall. After all, once Ushirimiya Ava's diary was opened, the endless cat box would be lost, along with the countless imagined stories that had entertained them for so long. So, this final convention was a time for them to air their best theories one last time. The cat box was soon to be opened, and while that did give them a slightly lonely feeling, they couldn't contain their excitement as intellectual rapists, not when they knew that the Rokenjima mystery was finally going to be solved once and for all. There was a girl out there who was going to be hurt by the opening of that box. However, their jaws and fangs couldn't care less. The witch-hunting goat nobles kept licking their lips, wanting to chew apart the guts of Beatrice's cat box as soon as they could. Seated upon a grand throne the size of a pillar, Featherine listened in on the nonsense being spewed from the mouths of the goat nobles. A black cat wearing a cape silently appeared and whispered something into Featherine's ear.
No, it's fine. Everything is going according to my script. You need not inform my Miko.
The cat bowed humbly and vanished. Featherine raised her wine glass high and laughed as she looked through it to the light of the chandelier, which was as beautiful and majestic as the moon.
This should be enough to thank you for your excellent reading, child of man. Well now, just who is weaving this tale? Am I for you, or you for me?
What do you think?
A trap? As Battler's group moved forward, darting from bookshelf to bookshelf while avoiding the eyes of the cats, they found something strange. Written with a faintly glowing red substance was a letter and an arrow. K. That's what it looked like to them.
Do you think that K means key? Those marks only appeared when we got close. This is a message aimed at us.
Does this mean that there's someone here besides us who's willing to help?
Is there really anyone who would take our side? Ange traced the red arrow with her finger. It was written with very faint, thin strings that had been twisted together.
Sticky red strings that, when touched, melted like cotton candy and clung to the fingers.
There is someone who's always been on my side.
How can you be so sure?
Yeah, I get it now too. Lambda, we can trust the person who wrote this. She'll probably be able to guide us to the key safely.
Are you sure? Then let's go. We don't have time to be standing around.
Thank you.
Mom.
In the arbor, the argument over whether they should surrender or fight continued without signs of stopping. Every now and then, a small fight would break out, which fortunately ended up delaying Erika's third yawn. However, they didn't know how long they would have to continue this fake fight. Keeping this high level of tension going was physically stressful. The instant they tired out and the tension faded, Erika would probably demand a verdict. They had to constantly appear to be trapped and agitated. It was a battle of weariness and tension. This was their fight. Erika waited patiently. Now that she had tired of tea, she was watching Ronove perform some magic tricks and seemed to be quite enjoying herself. Even Ronove, who was usually aloof from the world, was fighting. If Erika got bored and lost her patience with them, an all-out attack would probably begin at once. Even as he was putting everything he had into the fight to buy time for Battler's group. Even he was putting everything he had, rather. As the fiercest leader in the argument, Beato wore out the quickest. She breathed heavily, and her face was so pale it seemed she might faint at any moment.
Beato, hang in there. Your body won't hold out much longer at this rate.
Pretend to suddenly burst into tears and rest for a while. We'll pick up the slack.
I'm still fine. Come on, from the top. One more fierce debate. Let's go. So, who's up first? Who wants to kick things off?
In that case, I go to am prepared. We must fight. It would be outrageous to accept defeat without fighting. As I've said from the beginning, fighting with all we have is our only option.
Hold on a second. Erika suddenly rose from her chair. Ronove tried to coax her back into her seat, but Erika's attention was completely focused on those arguing under the arbor. I am the detective. My memory of what I hear is as good as a recording.
We are aware of that, of course. You're quite an excellent detective, after all.
I'm not interested in you. Goto-san, I have one question for you.
Yes, ma'am? Have I done something to cause offense?
Hold on. Don't forget that some of us are opposed to fighting. I think we should surrender. Those were the first words I heard from you when I arrived here. However, you just said this. We must fight. It would be outrageous to accept defeat without fighting. As I've said from the beginning, fighting with all we have is the only option. That's what you said.
Did I say that? It is hardly strange for an opinion to change in the course of a discussion.
Indeed. All of us have been feeling doubts about our position lately, so an occasional change of opinion wouldn't be...
No. From beginning to end, no one has changed their opinion in this argument. Just now, Goto-san alone flipped his position 180 degrees. Furthermore, if I recall the things that were said to Goto-san by the rest of you, I can't imagine any of them sufficient to make him entirely switch position. An uncomfortable, damp wind blew by. Everyone was silent, frozen as though time had stopped. In that silence, Erika continued with a blank expression. This can lead us to two conclusions. First, it may be that Goto-san has no opinion and is just a loser who will say anything that goes with the flow. Second, it may be that none of you has an opinion and that this entire argument exists only for its own sake. Aren't you overthinking this a bit?
Here we are in a desperate debate that will decide our fate. I hardly think it's strange that some people would act abnormally under such pressure.
If you have some reason for prolonging a meaningless argument that can only be to buy time. Do you have anything to gain by buying time? Is it because Lady Lambda Delta's reinforcements will come? That can't be true either. After all, for some time now, I've heard all of you speak to Lady Lambda Delta and Battler occasionally, but not once have I heard them reply. Taking all of this into account, we are left with only one conclusion. That Lady Lambda Delta and Battler are not here now. and that these people have won Lady Lambda Delta's assistance, with Lady Lambda Delta and Battler probably planning to sneak into the City of Books. In which case, their goal is probably to steal back the Golden Key, and Ange. And your plan was to act as bait and buy time until their mission was complete.
All it takes is a single poorly chosen line from Goda-san, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo.
Erica, your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? With a blank yet ruthless expression, Erica spoke these words and returned to her seat. Everyone was frozen, unable to move. No one spoke. However, time was moving. As evidence, a bead of sweat dripped down someone's cheek, fell, and hit the table with a tiny yet audible splat. Then, frozen time shattered, and in the same instant, the white chair Erica had been sitting in broke apart. The stakes of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory and the high-velocity rounds from the Chiester sisters had obliterated the chair at exactly the same time. And a few moments after that, the Erica sitting in that chair faded and vanished.
After Emmett! She's fast! Kill her!
In an instant, Erica had moved to a spot behind the chair. Her expression remained as blank as it had been. However, there was now something in her hand that wasn't there before. As the 7 lightning strikes of the 7 sisters raced at her once more, she batted all of them away with her scythe.
That was one hell of a farce, but I will say that the tea was good. Well now, it seems that you've all been in agreement since the start. Allow me to ask for your answer once again.
Erica lifted her left hand, the one that wasn't holding the scythe.
Very well. Then answer I shall. This golden land belongs to me. To all of us. Those who would enter unbidden will receive the welcome they deserve. In other words, to put it elegantly, all cannons prepare to fire. Target the golden land. Go wash your face in miso soup! Shoot 'em dead!
Our Habaki gave me with the $2. Endgame wishes. This is the true endgame moment.
Yes, thank you. See you around.
Meow. Bernkastel set down the receiver and crossed out yet another name on the list of Lambda Delta's notable friends. Something was wrong. No one she had called had heard anything from Lambda Delta. They weren't just playing dumb. They really knew nothing about the strange ruckus Lambda Delta was trying to stir up. Even Bernkastel was starting to suspect that something was fishy. Then, a black cat leapt in and meowed a frantic report.
Lambda and Battler aren't in the Golden Land?
She tore the phone receiver from its stand. The number she dialed was short. It was probably an internal line. However, after listening to it ring several times, she slammed the receiver down again, after finally managing to break the phone.
Gather all the cats who are busy! This is an emergency! The cats I had guarding the key aren't responding! Lambda!
Overwhelmed with emotion, Bernkastel kicked the table over. Then, the room finally grew bright. It was like a green sunlight. A bright green light waved about, giving the illusion that the green sun was a green sun, sorry. Should not mistake that phrasing. A green sun was rising and lighting the room up. It was a sign that Bernkastel's army had been given an emergency summons.
Come, my kitties! It's time for a witch hunt! That kid always smells like candy, so you'll find her pretty fast. The first cat who finds her gets a human form and a witch's title.
What was now an emerald green nebula let out a roar of delight that shook the bookshelf cliff.
Something's chasing us. What is that? A green sun?
Hide! They know!
The
three of them frantically hid behind a bookshelf. The room with the key in it was straight ahead. They could see something glowing faintly in the darkness of that room. It was a glow different from anything else they had seen so far in this city. The color it glowed was gold. They had almost reached the golden key. However, if they went towards it, Bernkastel would be right behind them, along with her vast swarm of familiars. In other words, they were trapped in a dead end. They already knew that the emerald green color came from the eyes of the familiars. However, it was almost beyond comprehension that this undulating green sun could be the same thing, and they could do nothing except stare in a wide-eyed shock. As the countless cats approached, they passed through the ravine of bookshelves, from the very top to the very bottom, painstakingly checking the gaps between each book. However, even this mind-numbingly huge task was accomplished swiftly, thanks to the sheer number of familiars. With the speed of a gust of wind, they carefully checked every nook and cranny. There was no way to hide from this green sun. That would have been as foolish as trying to hide from water on a sinking ship.
Will we be able to hide until they pass us? No. We'll be found no matter where we hide.
Battler was just about to leap out from the shadows, but Lambda Delta grabbed him by the collar an instant before.
Are you thinking of fighting?
No, but we'll be found if we just stand here. So we have to move forward. We need to reach the key as soon as possible.
You really think there aren't cats guarding that key? We're already trapped between them.
I believe in Aunt Ava. She's the one who's guided us this far. I'm sure she took care of the guard cats too.
I agree. If we're going to be found anyway, then let's try and get there as fast as possible and grab the key. If we can just get that, no one will be able to open that book.
So you'll just rush in there and grab the key. And then what? That place is a dead end. There'll be nowhere to run, don't you realize that?
We know that, but
The key will be our trump card. It's vitally important for Bernkastel, too. If worst comes to worst, we might be able to use the key as a bargaining chip.
Bargain with Bern? You're insane!
But if we hide here, we'll definitely be found. In that case, I'll take a bet on that 1,000,000,000 chance. We'll get the key and have that be our trump card.
So you're praying for a miracle to win against the Witch of Miracles.
Picking a winner out of astronomically bad odds. That's the Ushiramiya family magic.
I've got good eyesight, so let me enlighten you. Can you see those magic circles around the golden key? That's a simple barrier, but a pretty strong one. On the plus side, it'll break at a touch. But it's a really mean-spirited seal that will take exactly 1 hour to fade, whether a great witch or a lonely human does it. According to the ceremony schedule, we still have that hour. But it means that we won't be able to touch the key unless we can buy all that time for ourselves.
when Aunt Ava took out the guard cats, she must have broken the magic circle too. It probably won't take an hour.
As far as I can see, the magic circle's still just fine. Sorry to say it, but even if Ava did do that, it was less than an hour ago.
Well, what's an hour? At least we know that we can get it if we manage to stick around that long.
Yeah, sure. Let's play tag for an hour. I'm used to getting chased around by thugs.
You two really are out of your minds. You really think you'll get the luxury of a game of tag out of Bern and all of her cats?
There's even a 1% chance.
You can be certain that we'll grab it.
There was an immense difference in enthusiasm between Lambda Delta and the siblings, who had nothing left to lose. However, this was by no means cowardice on Lambda Delta's part. She was a great witch of the Senate. If she surrendered, she wouldn't be able to escape severe punishment, but she would be forgiven after a few hundred years. She had been thrown into a stormy sea while clutching a buoy that could save only her. How could she possibly decide to throw that buoy away? There was no way a person with a life to lose could be as determined as those who were already gambling everything. No one could blame her.
Ah, jeez. You two really are stupid, you know that? Alright. Fine. I'll tell you a plan that's got a bit more than a 1% chance of working. Any guesses?
The two siblings looked at each other. However, they both thought that any plan would be worth listening to, even if it would only raise their chances by 0.00001%.
A sacrifice. Bern's a cat, so although she'll give chase to fleeing prey, she'll also kill prey that doesn't flee. After toying with it first.
Cats are terrible creatures.
Still, if that's true, it'll be worth the bet.
Let's have one sacrifice. We'll decide with rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses has to go spend as much time possible taunting Bern, getting laughed at, and getting killed. Does that work for you?
No need for rock, paper, scissors. I'll do it. You two go on to the key room.
No way, Oni-chan. I'll do it. This is all my responsibility. I was the one who listened to Bernkastel and trusted her.
so I've got a thing or two to say to her.
Both Battler and Ange decided to be the sacrifice and wouldn't listen to the other.
See? You need rock, paper, scissors to decide, right? If you don't act quickly, we won't even have a chance to use this plan. They'll be here any moment.
Okay. Either Ange or I will be the sacrifice. Lambda Delta, you'll take whoever's left, steal the key, and take them back to the Golden Land.
I won't let you do it, Oni-chan.
Quit joking around. You've got to let me act like a big brother at least once in a while.
There's no time! Rock, paper, scissors, single round! I'm super paper with a head full of confetti, so in reference to that, we'll all start with paper. Got it, you two?
Fine.
Ange, no regrets, okay?
3, 2, 1, paper!
It really was a stupid, childish game of rock, paper, scissors. Despite promising to start with paper, they threw different signs to catch each other off guard. Both Battler and Ange chose rock, and yet, it wasn't a tie. Because in addition to those two rocks, was one person who chose scissors. After staring stupidly at their fists and those scissors, they looked at her.
Dang. We were supposed to start with paper, so I figured I'd use scissors and beat you both. Guess Confetti Head should have stuck with paper.
There had been no reason for Lambda Delta to join in on their game. This wasn't the time for a joke like that. Battler and Ange, each trying to lose, chose rock. Lambda Delta alone chose scissors.
Don't tell me. You intentionally...
If you die, we can't even get back to the Golden Land. This doesn't count!
Well, then you can just use this, can't ya?
Lambda Delta made a clenched fist. A fragment glowing pale blue appeared there, and she gave it to the pair of them. Battler had seen one of these before. It was a magic fragment, like the one Erica had used before disappearing, which would allow one to cross the Sea of Fragments.
With that, you'll both be able to return to the Golden Land. And anyway, I'm the best person for the job. You two probably wouldn't last a handful of seconds against Burn. If it's me, not only will an hour be no problem, but who knows? I might even win. And I owe her one. I've got to make this my victory and even the score. Still, away games are such a pain.
Lambda Delta pretended to complain as she stood up straight.
Anyway, see you in a bit. I guess a show-off like me couldn't stick to being a spectator after all. Sorry for stealing your time to shine. Sad that I won't be able to watch your game until the end. But I've already taken a look at the script, so I'm not missing anything.
Lambda.
Then, with her broadest smile and a wink,
This is your happy ending. I've already figured out what happens next, so there's no need to watch. I'll see the two of you again. In that credit roll of your happy ending, that is.
Wait! Lambda Delta snapped her fingers, and the two of them turned into Competo candies. She picked them up, took aim at the glint of the golden key, and flicked them away. That way, they should be able to reach the key without Burnkastel noticing. Dang. What terrible luck. What were the odds of them both playing a rock against my scissors? Yeah, I know. It wasn't nice of me to test you like that. Sorry, you two. And then, Lambda Delta's body was lit up by an emerald green light. When she turned around and the cat's eyes and Lambda Delta's met, Lambda Delta grinned and waved. There was a thunderous boom and several bright flashes.
What in the... Huh?
A chain of explosions flashed by one after another, enveloping Burnkastel and her pack of familiars in an instant. They were multicolored fireworks, or rather, multicolored candy that burst with a flash and scattered everywhere. Countless stick candies, sugar sculptures, cookies, and tarts flew in every direction and exploded, and each one of those split and exploded into hundreds of candies, each of which exploded again into a cloud of Competo. However, these sweets weren't sweet. The Competo was heavier than lead, harder than steel, and sharper than any blade. As the colorful cloud exploded outward, it blasted the entire pack of cats into little bits. The emerald green glints that were scattered everywhere sparkled like the night sky, and among them danced the cloud of pretty candies that looked like they'd go well on a Christmas tree. It was flashy and beautiful and cute and perfectly fitting for the grand entrance of the great witch, Lady Lambda Delta. Oh, if it isn't Lambda, I was hoping to meet you in the party hall.
I love you, Bern. Isn't whispering of our love all the better if we're alone?
I'll be happy to hear it after I've plucked off all your limbs. With a jerk of her chin, Bern ordered her familiars to act. This is my dearly beloved and only friend in the world. Her arms from the elbow down, her legs from the knee down. You can chew those up however you please, but not a scratch anywhere else on her. The crowd of cats undulated again, reformed into a single mass, and became the emerald green leviathan that would swallow up any poor victims who snuck into the city of books. It was shaped like an impossibly vast whale. However, would it look like a whale from Lambda's perspective? She probably couldn't see anything except an immense mouth about to swallow up everything.
Ah, simply wonderful.
Indigo with the 2 pounds. Your Honor, the enemy is doing some Toho shit.
You're going to swallow me up with your love, aren't you?
I do love you, Lambda. Once your limbs are gone, I'll skewer you through your butt and hang you by my bed. Every morning I'll give you a good morning kiss, and every evening I'll kiss you goodnight.
Sounds great! Then I'd better wrap you up in my love, too.
However, Lambda Delta's war cry was swallowed up by the glowing, writhing Leviathan in a single bite. Yes, you are wonderful, Lambda. I love your gentle cluelessness. The way you just recklessly do things without looking ahead. And? The same instant that Lambda Delta was swallowed and Bernkastel was sure of her victory, the latter felt a slight breeze playing with her hair. The countless sweets that Lambda Delta had sent flying like fireworks, and which drifted about like decorations at a Christmas party, were flowing. Vera with the $2. In the end, Yuri always wins. True! No. They were converging on a single point. It was like watching a firework run backwards, countless sweets rapidly contracting to somewhere within the vast closed mouth of the Leviathan. A gigantic reverse explosion gathering at a single inner point, or perhaps it was more like countless candies showering the Leviathan from all directions like bullets. Inside that mass of green was a black swirl. That swirl was on a palm. On the palm of Lambda Delta, who wore a defiant smile, it was a mass of super-concentrated gravity. All of the sweets, the cats, the whale, and everything else was being sucked into that one point and crunched.
I'll hold you tight. Get over here, Bern!
You're trying to suck me in? All of the candies Lambda Delta had scattered were getting sucked back into the black hole of her palm at unbelievable speed. Manlo with the $5. I guess after X eons of orbiting each other, a couple's Riz will get so optimized to each other's tastes that it's incomprehensible to anyone else. Yep, they really are perfect for each other. The pressure of the reverse candy explosion whittled away at the Leviathan, crushing it inwards.
Come on, let me give you a hug.
With all her strength, Bernkastel held her ground in midair, trying to resist this supergravity. For the first time, all trace of condescension had left her face. Even Lambda Delta's cocky expression was marred by the sweat trailing from her forehead. Because their power was so overwhelming, any victory would have to be instantaneous. If either relaxed in the slightest, they would match each other's strengths and get dragged into another dizzyingly long fight that could last for centuries. Neither of them had any desire to go through that again, so neither of them showed the slightest mercy for their most beloved friend. By now, the Leviathan had been completely crushed and compressed inside the black hole. Bernkastel was the only one still holding her ground. However, a windstorm of candy asteroids like an asteroid belt repeatedly slammed into Bernkastel, wearing away her girl form bit by bit. I've gotta get away. Oh, really? The next thing to fly into Bernkastel's range of vision was a comet hurtling straight for her, with a massive present box at its core and a cloud of candy surrounding it.
Lambda! My body!
The candy comet wiped out Bernkastel along with her scream. It burst into little bits, then within a blink of an eye, it was sucked back into a hole of supergravity. Once it was all gathered into one place like a gym, it began to spin rapidly. It was flattened by a centrifugal force, turned into something whose shape resembled a galaxy. After swallowing all of the cats and their master, it now looked like a winding, flickering, emerald green galaxy that floated just above Lambda Delta's palm. The pocket of supergravity kept compressing it further and further, until at the end it became a single green, shining Competo. Then it fell, down onto her outstretched palm.
Sorry, Vern. I wanted to play with you as always, so I've always taken it easy and pretended to be in a pinch.
Lambda Delta held the Competo above her head and peered at it.
But the truth is, I'm just impossibly strong. Sorry.
Then she pressed the Competo to her pink lips, gave it a light kiss, and bit down.
This doesn't taste like burn.
Lambda Delta licked her fingertips, then turned to face the empty air behind her. I already knew, my beloved Lambda.
I love you too, Vern.
Liar. You're never serious with me, and I always knew it.
In that case, let's show our love for real. With both of us. Serious.
I do love you, Lambda. I do love you, Lambda Delta. I'm happy. So happy.
I do love you, Bernkastel. I'll turn you into candy and cuddle you with my tongue forever.
So no matter who wins, we can keep on loving each other. That's wonderful. Just wonderful.
Okay, let's show our love right now.
With a crash, crack lines appeared across the sky of the Golden Land. Then, finally, the barrier of the Golden Land was breached by the fleet's assault. It was a bizarre scene, more ridiculous than anything anyone had imagined. The sky of the Golden Land shattered like glass, and a fleet of sailboats flew in one after another. They were crowded with goats pushing each other and spilling off the sides.
Come, let us begin this final banquet in the Golden Land.
Banquet. That wasn't some fancy metaphor, but a simple statement of fact. The overwhelming surge of goat troops came in like a tsunami. The residents of the Golden Land who stood defiantly were like a forgotten sandcastle on a beach. A fight between a wave and a sandcastle is not a fight. For the voracious, merciless goats now storming the food at a standing buffet, this was a feast.
So be it! Kill them all! Good! Come, goats! Bring destruction to all that has form, stillness to all that moves, despair to all who live!
All those who could use magic fired it off at once. With a shout like a thunderclap, the goat tsunami rushed forward. Everything collided at once, and there was a brilliant and terrible explosion. Sparks and smoke, flying splinters and screams. For just an instant, the fierce magical cannonballs fired by Beato, Virgilia, and the Chiester sisters seemed to halt the goat tsunami in its tracks. However, their numbers were so great that they didn't even flinch. The goat wave pressed forward, over the corpses of those who had been blasted away or fallen to their knees in weariness. The mound of corpses piled up, and still more goats were shot down as they tried to cross it. So before long, it really was tall enough to be a tsunami.
Pitiful! This golden land you've built is nothing more than a sandcastle some kid left on a beach! Now be swallowed by the waves! Perhaps you'd do better to think of ripples beating meaninglessly against a cliff. A sandcastle getting swallowed by a wave? Just you try swallowing up my castle!
Beato lifted her hands, telling the pair of battle towers that had been hidden deep in the ground that the day of glory had come once again. The goat tsunami looked up at it in shock. After all, this time the tsunami that towered over everything wasn't them.
Open fire!
A thunderstorm of rapid-fire ballista rounds rained down from the battle tower gun ports. The goats let out a confused scream at the furious tempest that was bearing down on them. However, they saw something else, too. In the sky high above the tower was a reaper astride a divine horse and backdropped by the moon. With a massive spear the size of a tower in its hand, the next words came not from the reaper, but from the great witch seated behind it.
Return home. This world does not belong to you. Do it, Master!
The heavenly spear pierced the ground. For an instant, it looked like some divine tower was sticking out of the ground. However, that was the very last thing those eyes ever saw. The sacred spear was the embodiment of heaven's wrath, and the strength to bury an unhallowed city in a single stroke was unleashed upon the pack of goats. With a massive explosion that resembled a volcanic eruption, goats were sent flying all over the place.
Not bad. I guess they really are witches.
But is it enough?
The enemies keep on coming. It looks like we'll be the ones swallowed up after all.
At least you two seem to be enjoying yourselves.
Festivals are made to be enjoyed. It seems our time to shine shall not be stolen from us after all.
Looks like it. I'm all fired up.
Yes, the crowd of goats truly was like a wave pressing in from the sea. You might be able to split a ripple on the beach with your feet, but you cannot split the sea. However, witches are those who do so nonetheless. However, of course, that meant the other side also had one who could split apart the sea. Suddenly, smoke poured from one of the two battle towers, and it began to crumble, shaking the ground as it collapsed.
What the hell happened? Over there, on top of the other tower. Erica! But of course, I should have expected your turn would come.
On top of the other battle tower, Erica stood gracefully, wielding her scythe.
I think that's enough to show the witches of the Golden Land proper respect. All magic is fake. A fantasy sandcastle that will always vanish when mystery swallows it up. Playing witches was pretty fun. I think I remember playing something like this with the older girls from the neighborhood when I was younger. So let's bring this to an end. Now it's time to hear your screams.
Erica threw that pretentious pirate hat she'd been wearing this whole time into the sky. With the moon behind it, Erica's form, her afterimage, vanished from the tower's peak.
Where is she? We have her on radar! On the side of the tower!
Shaking with a wild, joyous laughter, Erica dashed straight down the side of the tower. She twirled her scythe like a gymnast's baton, dicing up the wall, gun ports, pillars, and everything else as she ran, leaving a trail of smoke behind her. So, from the sidelines, it looked as though a line of smoke had suddenly split the tower from top to bottom. The golden arrows of the Chester sisters chased after Erica like golden threads in a sewing machine.
You monster! Get yourself sewed and embroidered, yeah!
Good! 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 Good!
Even the golden arrows couldn't catch up with Erica. Finally, Erica reached the bottom of the battle tower, and the golden bows ejected empty cartridges.
Explode, useless tower! Did I get that right?
Erica, who had now landed on the ground, slowly stood up and tapped the tower behind her with the handle of her scythe. Horsefry with 5. Pretentious pirate hat is not a phrase you can hear anywhere else, folks. Yeah, it is. It's pretty... among the many things that makes Umineko unique. That tiny tap cut the final string that held the towers together, and the whole thing fell in on itself with an earth-shattering crash. Once again, the dark tsunami rumbled forward through the rubble and smoke.
I am Furudo Erica, Witch of Truth. This moment marks the dismantling of the Golden Land by truth. Dust to dust, illusions to illusions. I'll end your daydream for you. Come, try to remember, you specters of the past. Remember how you died so long ago!
The goat tsunami swallowed everything up. When she saw them sink under the black sea of goats, Erica guffawed from atop the debris of the tower.
Come on now! Kill them! Massacre them all! Cut off all their heads and stick them on spears! Ghosts of 1986, the time has come for the raging whirlpool of truth to swallow you whole and erase you. So long!
Care Bear and Ross with the $2, Erica really 9/11 Beatrice. You see, I was actually planning to leave off earlier than this, but I thought that it still left too much time, or like, I just felt like the stream was a little too short, so I was gonna wait until we got to my last possible leave-off point, and that was my last possible leave-off point. I'm really sorry, guys, but stick around for discussion and fan art. Episode 8 ends next week. But for now, let's get to the art now. And you guys can get to talking. Vera with the $2, Toxic Yuri Rat versus Coughing Cliff Baby. The fight of the century. Alright. Let me get this stuff pulled up. Okay. So go over here. Okay.
think I got all of that. And then I will look at the Discord. Kitty with the 10 pounds, going from bawling my eyes out for an amount of time to squealing like an excited child at the flip of switch. Truly the Umineko experience. The voice acting was especially fantastic today. Thank you! I really appreciate it. That's so nice. Ooh. Wow, people really putting in some good work this week on the art front. Alright, I think I've gotten everything loaded up, so let me go ahead and look at what you guys have been saying. Okay, let's see. Wait, does this have tea parties? Yes, it does. It has 2 tea parties, just as usual. Here's my worrying theory for today's corner. It starts with this question. Why did HACHIJO Tohya write Dawn of the Golden Witch? Tohya, with no access to outside opinions and no other model for how to live other than what IKUKO provided, oh, no, wait, I skipped one of your messages. 1. Disturbing parallels between the HACHIJO house and Kuwadorian. IKUKO found Tohya with no memory / self-concept, and kept Tohya a secret from the world so no one would discover his old ID's survival. Tohya, with no access to outside opinion and no other model for just how to live than what IKUKO provided, just happened to grow into the kind of person who completes IKUKO's universe. He's trapped Episode 6 is an anomaly in that it has Battler as the GM written all over it, but Battler's role in the game is mostly as a captive, trapped in a guest room he can't escape. He's trapped specifically in a shotgun marriage to Erica, a piece who represents the gawkers of 1998 toying with the tragedy and self-insert of mystery novelists. The fictional Battler's goal is to revive Beato by making Chick relearn the language Beato wrote in. The fictional HACHIJO Tohya wrote Episode 6 with the explicit goal of having Ange read it. If Episode 6 was published after Ange's disappearance, then whether Ange was alive or dead, Tohya would have reason to believe she was dead, equal to the evidence that Claire and Co. were dead. But if Episode 6 Battler was trapped in Erica's closed room, we established in Episode 3 that communications can escape Beatrice's closed room definition, communication like a message bottle or forgery. Whether Claire or Ange or even someone unexpected, he invented Zephyr plus Furfur, a living incarnation of the I'm not picky, love is love, who still had the ability to read a message written in Mariage Sorcier's signature cipher, and thus to realize from Episode 6 content that there existed another survivor of Rokendrima trapped in a logic error waiting to be rescued. Interesting theory. We will wait and see on that front, I suppose. There's only so much left. How do you send art on Twitter again? If you look right below Beato and Battler there's the hashtag NezumiVA stream. Just use that hashtag on Twitter, and that is where the art is. Battler is to Tohya as Beatrice is to Sayo. Okay. If burn represents the desire not to live, then is lambda the desire to live / something contrasting? I don't know. Lambda is a bit of an up in the air element to me sometimes. I've thought a lot about what I think she is supposed to represent to the story, but I'm not sure I've come to like a particular answer on that one yet. Vera, something I DM'd to Indigo a bit ago before the goats started coming in, if I recall correctly, was that around episode 6 or 7 I was debating just stopping because I did not need to know the truth, / it's not my right. However, I kept going on because there was still more to the emotional truth. In this light, I find it interesting what IKUKO was saying earlier about... Sorry, it scrolled me down. About not knowing the truth being the noble path. And Ryukishi explicitly censored the truth Ange found, so I guess I feel a bit vindicated, but also happy that I can continue with the emotional truth and continue to experience it. By the way, this is my... Given that, what you just put there, I think that you bring up a very interesting point, and I think obviously Ryukishi was very deliberate in leaving that out. That being said, this is a formal warning to all of you, and don't get me wrong, I love the episode 8 manga. I think it's fucking fantastic. It adds a lot of really great scenes. I genuinely think it makes episode 8 better. However, if you read the episode 8 manga, that truth is shown to you, and you will know what it is. Again, there's no unlearning. If you learn, that's it. So, you know, weigh that choice very, very carefully in your mind if you have a desire to go read episode 8's manga after this. You choose whether or not you want to know that. Personally, I know the truth. I'm not going to throw it all out there into the chat. I feel that that's against the spirit of the room here, against the spirit of the streams. But, you know, you do with that information what you will. I will not be sharing those manga caps in particular in the Discord, yeah. Evie Curry, I don't know if they do, because they haven't really gotten into, they haven't made an episode 8 episode yet. They stopped at episode 7, so I'm sure they probably will talk about it at some point or in some way on that podcast, but I don't know for sure whether or not they will in their episode 8 episode whenever that happens. I do love Ava Beato helping Ange out here. Even at her worst, Ava still cares about Ange to some extent. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Is next week the rest of the chapters and the tea parties, or just the chapter IDK, how long the last tea parties could possibly be? It is the rest of episode 8 and the tea parties, yes. It will be everything that is left in the main game. And then we will be taking a week break after that stream, and then having the final bonus stream, and that'll be it. All right. Yeah, we will be taking a break after episode 8. And the bonus stream will not cover all of the side stories. It will just cover, you know, some more that I specifically selected. If you want to read all of them, you'll have to go out and look for them yourself, because some of them I just don't I just don't want to. I just don't want to. But yeah. All right. I believe that I will cap it off there. Neon Roses with the $5. I'm excited to learn who Barbados has beef with. Oh, you'll know. You'll find out. I think we should end on Halloween. While that is a fun idea, I do kind of have an idea for something I want to do, not Umineko related on Halloween. I'm gonna try to make it happen. I don't know for sure if I will be able to, because that's a pretty quick turnaround, though. We'll see. But anywho, let's say goodbye to our pets. Ah, I see. Yeah, Jam Jam, 1 second. Drag these over here. Okay. That should be everything then. Alright. So, let's go ahead, drag this window over here, and get our fan art going. So, first of all, we have this from Chiyoko, at Chiyoko Arts once again. With the unveiling of Ninja Girl Star 5's Umineko Witch OC, I just had to draw the small baby. I really like the contrasting here with like the monochromatic and then like the glowy yellow eye. Very good. Starting off strong. We also have, today's sketch is of a new OC of mine. Dandelion, the demon of science and arts. They have an innate ability to understand other people's emotions and can even persuade change in those emotions. To mitigate the immense amounts of emotions in people, they wear glasses to cloud it, only taking them off when they need to use it to their advantage. They have many forms to change to compared to the situation, and thus this form is one of many. Oh, those aren't very specific word choices, I see. Very cool, though. I really like this. The glasses chains fucking rule. Or the little beads, I mean. The strings. I don't know what you call them. Leave me alone. It's been a long day, alright? It's been a long week, alright? We have this also from Chiyoko. Yet another new design, because why not? Ange'S, the demon of discord. She is a bubbly kind of person and would seem to be immensely popular if not for the fact that she sows discord wherever she goes. The discord is always between other people and she is never a part of the discord herself. Despite all of this, she never realizes that she is the one to do all of this, and she seems to be unaware of the things she says. She does not have any ill will, but her nature is simply discord. Damn. Causing problems on purpose. Very, very fun design. I also like the fact that the rune's literally there as well. Very good. We have this from at Jack Mintier on Twitter. A short comic idea I've had for a while, and yes, Lambda is the cutest. And it's just...
You really think you're cute, don't you?
Bitch, I'm adorable.
Nice, nice TFS line there. Pretty in character, yeah. Spectro with the $20. $5 for every quilt square I finished during today's stream, lol. Amazing voice acting today, by the way. Hard to believe we're almost done. Thanks for everything you do, Marcy. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your quilt squares. That's fucking awesome. Good luck with continuing that. We have this from Dav. At Space Caribou on Twitter. Unfortunately, I had to miss the stream tonight because my Wi-Fi crapped out and my signal sort of sucks. Still hope everyone enjoyed the events of tonight's stream in my stead. In the absence of new art, have 2 low-effort ship posts I posted in the Discord this week.
I learned the superposition of truths.
You didn't learn shit.
I learned it.
Truly onto nothing, and then also...
Let's count to 1 quadrillion. 1.
With the fucking... with the Kinzo cloak, Jesus. No. Count, please. Please. We have this submitted by Inami GW on Twitter, which is a Jam Jam. I'm not what I would consider by any means an artist. I'm not confident enough to send it, so I did, as someone in the chat suggested, made use of Pit Crew. This is my Witch OC, the mostly nameless Witch of Self. The Witch of Self is yet another witch forced to bear an eternity of nothingness. However, the effect of this stripped them of their own form and identity. When they were finally freed by a certain miracle, they could not bear to go on with no identity. Therefore, the Witch of Self appears to humans in the form as they most wish to be. As such, they are at once male, female, and all areas of the spectrum. The form they most often bear is the dream of one who still dreams. Very interesting, and there's a few here, all with the... Oh, well, I guess except for this one. But, you know, the respective ats on the pit crews themselves. I've seen this one before, though, as well. But, very cool. We have this from Dingo's Trash on Tumblr. Trying not to spoil Umineko too much for my friends who follow me, who I've roped into reading it. So here's Beato in her berry-eating dome cat box, and Ange being blessed by our Lord and Savior Maria. And that's this, which, holy based? Holy based? But yeah, damn. Ugh. Jesus. Very, very good, but damn. Always look forward to your stuff, Dingo's Trash. Very, very good, as always. We have this on Tumblr from Cringe Moth. For today's warm-up, I'm drawing my first piece of fan art in a long time, lol. Here's a quick colored warm-up of Brinkstel and Lambda Delta from Umineko. I love them very much. Pretty good timing on this one. Very relevant for these two to show up right now. And you also submitted another thing. I think it's next in the lineup. No, actually, it is not, but we will get to that in just a minute. First, we have this from Pining Tree. I had a dream last night where among Jessica becoming the next head of the Ashiramiya family and Battler developing a healthy distance, Kanon left his servant duty and became a landlord. No! Here are my doodles of new landlord of Rokenjima. Dad did what with Rokenjima? I bought it back. TLD doesn't is that? I'm not sure. It doesn't redeem this. Please, Kanon-sama, let us have some mere time for the electricity bill. I promise I'll stop mining Bitcoin. Oh, boy. Here's a list of every aspect of the household that needs professional fixing and replacement. Thank you for your diligence, as always. Stupid. Oh, it's stupid autistic. Something. Gap. Oh, gee. How silly. How silly. Very good. Kinda serving there, honestly, not gonna lie, by the way. We have this from the Death Dash Bird. You! Joke aside, Hideyoshi is hard to get a read on due to his low amount of screen time. Pride, B. Is a war profiteer and brags about it. Envy, D. Wrath, D. War profiteer, stole stuff, I guess. Enough to deny E, Wrath at least. Sloth, B. Have you seen Ava? Jokes aside, I'm going to count being an accomplice in episode 1 and 3 as a sin of sloth for following orders and not thinking about things on his own. Greed, B. Helped his wife commit murders for money. Also, I see you trying to weasel in more money during negotiations. Gluttony, B. Tried to get Goda's prices to have his food for himself. Owns a restaurant chain, and as much as I don't want to use appearances, I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel for this. Hideyoshi looks to be a bit on the chubby side. Lust, C. Hey, wife, 6 people just died. Want to go to our room and have the sexy times? And Hideyoshi gets a 0.3 penalty for raising George, so the final total is 125.3. Yeah, keeping it on the low end for Hideyoshi. He's alright. He's doing okay. Well, okay, relatively, when compared to everybody else. we have this. Okay, yeah, this is the other one that Cringe Moth posted. I've returned with more witch posting. This was cross-posted on Twitter as well, so no need to include both. Apologies from all the art from me this week. I've had more free time than usual. I was thinking about my witch, newly named Shiota Popliar, and her logic error, so I thought I'd share my ideas. I really like thinking about the witches and their different magic types, so if Shiota becomes a witch due to her logic error, I think it has to be involved with growth. I'm thinking a similar vibe as when you pot a houseplant and it is much stronger and or bigger than you expected, so it ends up getting too big for its pot. Rather than folding in on herself and dying, Shiota broke the pot she was planted in. Setting-wise, I think she was stuck in a school during her game, somewhere similar to Heavenly Host from Corpse Party. Featherine owned the game board, and Bernkastel was still her working Miko at the time. Somehow Shiota discovered she was a piece, lashed out, and was then thrown into a logic error on Featherine's orders as a sort of punishment. By the time Shiota got out of it, her game board was folded, the pieces had nearly begun rotting in their box, and the game master she was so angry with couldn't be bothered. Due to all of this, she still reacts with fear whenever she has to meet with Featherine. On the other hand, however, Shiota loves to antagonize Bernkastel. To her, a miracle is just what humans call it when you skip a couple steps down the path of growth, or worse, when a human simply gets lucky. However, Bern and she's girlfriends, their girlfriends are just vibing. Certainty and Dusk like to hang out. And that's this doodle sheet here. I didn't know the Witch of Miracles was so pathetic. Everything about you disgusts me. I'm gonna put you in another error.
Bitch, I'll take your wife with me.
Oh, no, wait, that's still you. Yeah, sorry. I thought that. I mistook it for Lambda for a second. Bitch, I'll take your wife with me. Bitch, I will take yours. The anime lightning eyes. Jeez. We have this from Indigo, Torrential Stardust on Tumblr. Umineko, Dumb Goat Sona. Not much this week, things have been a little hectic, but I had time to finish this silly doodle. The goats aren't meant to directly represent readers, I know, but the part with them making poorly thought out mystery theories got me to thinking. I'm hoping I can make next week and the week after pretty eventful. We only have a short time left with Sea Cats. I've really enjoyed this though, and I'm sure I'll talk all about it much more later. And then a video clip included. I'll just get that real quick.
Rhino.
Hold on.
It was a rhino? You also had a knife. A knife rhino. That's who I think did. It was a rhino?
Oh boy. Clip from Draw Detectives episode 2. Such a shame I missed out on the one stream when we had purple text, but it was nice to see people saying nice things about me when watching the VOD back. Excited to rejoin the fold. I am so scared of what's waiting for us this week. Oh boy. Yeah, there was a lot. But, and the culprit was a rhino. It was a rhino who had a knife.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
Very good. We have this from the Death Dashbird as well. Here is Omistera, the Witch of Oblivion. You can make a wish on her, but you may not like how it comes to. I may need to work on her lore more, but this is how she looks. Very cool design. I really like the colors, and I really like the funky hand staff as well. And the moon cycle sash with like the constellations and stuff. Yeah, that's very cool. Very cool. And we got this stuff from the Discord. First, we have this from JunePop45. How did Marcy stave off the weather? Magic, of course. I hope that everyone impacted was able to evacuate and is in a safe spot right now. Ronove.
It appears that the hurricane is heading to NezumiVA HQ. We'll eat it.
Eat! Minecraft eating noise. Cool Battler theory. Beato is the typhoon theory. Maria culprit theory. Go to Triche! Jamboree took his shirt off because he was uncomfy. Anything else? Fight person? Man, it's been a while since we thought about fight person. Fun. Very good. We have this contribution from Phantom Marigold that hurts me immensely. Come, we shall begin that torture. That line from episode 2. Man. Oh, man. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Phantom, excellent job with this, as always. Damn. Also, the lighting is really good here. Like, damn. we have this from the server, submitted by Benny. After 3 weeks, I finally feel comfortable enough to say that this is finished. This stream has literally been one of the highlights of my weeks for quite a while, and I wanted to draw my favorite character. That meant drawing so many ruffles, lol. Thank you for giving me something to look forward to each and every week and introducing me to an amazing story. Aw, thank you so much. And we also have an alternate color palette here. Just, oh man. Oh, I am one, yet many. Care Baron Ross with the $2. Come, we shall begin that torture. Ooh, 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 ooh. But yeah, and this second one, the lace on the socks and the jewel on her bow, that whole little section flows so well. I messed with the colors a bit, and I really think this looks better. It gives it a nice fall vibe. Yeah, this is really, really good. You did a fantastic job with this. It's nice to see all the scrunglies in one place, even though it is extremely painful. Oh, sorry. I just like I didn't even realize you typed it in the wrong order. I just mentally corrected it. Come begin that we shall torture. Sorry. My brain just auto-corrected. I didn't even think about it. Okay. We have this from Atropos. Another big Umineko spoiler drawing based on a drawing by J.M. Fenner. Ugh. Ugh. Damn. This is such a cool concept. This is so cool. I mean, also very painful, but very cool. You did a fantastic job with this, Atropos. Ugh. Pain and suffering. We have this from Gloomy Squids. I like to think that this is how Lambda reacts when the sappy stuff the quote-unquote sappy stuff happens in game.
Boring.
Well, it's getting a little bit more intense for her now, at least. And last but not least, we have this submitted by, this is, why does it do this? Hold on, I need to see. Yeah, this is Evie Curry. Cat food. This is so cute. Even, like, I really love this sketchy style, actually. Oh, there's more that's been added since I last stopped looking. Oh, wait. This is a commission. Never mind. Sorry. But there is this. Did my art not show up in the tag again? Yeah, I didn't see anything from you. Remind me of your blog again, though, and I will go look for it. Or which one? Hold on just a second, sorry. I'm gonna read this one off first. Here's my Goatsona Jamboree, by the way. Not a magic user, but simply a buff piece of furniture. Don't ask why Genji looks like Squidward drawing old people is hard. Very fair, very fair. How do I post on Tumblr again? It is at the hashtag NezumiVA stream, all one word. Anyway, sorry, Ninja Girl Star. I usually only look at stuff that is posted on the specific day of the stream, so if you'll give me a minute to just scroll back, please. There it is. Yes, you. And this was the one from the art earlier. These Umineko live streams made me think about a witch OC that's been in my head for a while now, and I finally sat down and drew her. I'll admit I'm not the most well-versed in Umineko witch lore, but I do want to put out the idea I have for her. This is Liane? The Witch of Mercy. Unlike many witches, she is actually fairly young and doesn't have a lot of experience as one, showing compassion to pieces and ending her games fairly quickly while leading players to what they desire with her red truths. She doesn't hold their hand, as a game that's too simple ends up being boring for her and players alike, but she does act as more of a hint system to push the player in the right direction. To her, it's a show of mercy,
for using them to prevent her own boredom, even when the results aren't always what she intended. Unfortunately, due to her kinder but naive heart, merciful nature, and lack of experience, she unwittingly walked right into a logic error created by a more malicious player, and has spent what felt like many centuries stuck there. It's only recently that she has broken out with a harsh answer, stomping down the player for their cruel trick and winning the game at the last second. Ever since then, she's been very distant and not very present in the moment. She is still a kind girl that shows disgust at any unnecessary cruelty which is showed to pieces and players alike, like Burn for example, but she is far more wary of those she tries to establish a connection with due to her experience. Nowadays, Leanne, okay. Leanne spends most of her time witnessing games rather than creating her own, quietly watching things unfold, but sometimes dropping little hints when she starts to favor a piece but keeping a reasonable distance away from them. Despite the nature of her title, she has the most potential for cruelty. After all, mercy does not have to be good. Damn. That's actually very interesting. It's a very cool backstory. Let me scroll. Belagona, right. I just had to get your @ real quick. Thank you for that, Gona. Let me look for that real quick. Yeah, I don't know why your art hasn't been showing up in the tag. It's very strange. But I will find it, don't you worry. Sorry if it's taken me a minute. Actually, let me see if I can search the tag on your blog. What? Huh? What? Why is it telling me that your blog does not contain that tag? Why is Tumblr such a functional website? Do you want me to send the link? Yes, please. Hopefully it won't automatically block the link in chat, but I don't know, YouTube is YouTube. Yeah, because I've been scrolling for a while and I still don't see it. I do not see a link in the chat.
Yeah, it didn't show up in chat, unfortunately. Oh my god, wait. No, wait, that's an Umineko fan art reblog. Okay, I'm sorry, like, if you could also just, like, send me a link on, like, either, like, in a, Twitter or, like, a Tumblr ask or something like that for next time. You reblogged it? Okay, let me see. Ah! There we are. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't show up. But don't worry, I've got it now. It's so weird that it does that. Sorry for the delay, everyone. We have the Uminekos plus a little rat. Well worth the wait. It's so cute. And honestly, like, really good pixeling here. Like, oh my god, that's so adorable. I think that is a fantastic note to leave off on. Thank you so much. Alrighty, so one last sweep for all the art. What a wonderful semi-final stream. Now, of course, there is still the bonus stream that will be coming in a couple weeks. Well, not a couple weeks. Not next week, not the week after that, but the week after that. But next week will be the finale of episode 8. The finale of our long game. In the end, we have done everything we could to usher Ange toward the future. Now she's got to make her decision. And I will be there with you all on October 4th. See you around.